JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice of the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking first day of the Democratic National Convention. This is the second DNC that I've covered here on the Troll Patrol, but unfortunately the other one was 2020, and it was really weird. This is the first real convention that we're getting to cover here on the Troll Patrol. Warlord already in the chat showing his enthusiasm for Trump 2024. Sky Comet, good evening. Also, a wild clinically has appeared. Funny story. Someone in chat last night, I think it might have been Venus, maybe it was Purgatorus, brought up like, hey, where's clinically been? And I was like, you know, I had wondered that myself. I had noticed that he has been missing. Curious, sir, good evening. And the first night I noticed that clinically wasn't here was actually because you guys probably don't know this. Clinically usually comes in sometimes an hour before the stream. And will be like, make with the news, Gimp. Princess Kimberly, Curious, sir, good evening. So one day, it was like last week, I had finished the show like an hour early, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to hop on. I'm going to do a fun time stream before we actually start doing the news. And what I'm going to sit here and do, I'm going to get to it, Curious, because I'm not high enough for this shit. So what I did was I actually pulled up the Twitch, and I'm waiting for Clinically to, you know, say, make with the news, Gimp, and I was just going to hit the start stream right at that moment and try to freak him out. And he never showed up. Never showed up. Holiday, good evening. Hillary Clinton woke you from your slumber. Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. Did you hear that Dr. Phil passed away today? Bill Donahue, you jackass. Rita, good evening. Welcome. I told Rita about the stream tonight, and I said we're starting at 6, and her thing back to me was like, does your show start at 6 or does the convention start at 6? And I got to thinking about it later. I'm like, she really doesn't like my show. Wanted to make sure she's not watching any of that stupid Troll Patrol. Just here for the convention. Minty, Quesadilla, good evening. C-SPAN has been taking calls. Let's see if we're going to get some more calls.
Where delegates from all 50 states will come here
Flash
to nominate.
Yes, you missed goddamn Candace Owens looking like a fucking crazy person.
This is one of the large media tents that has been constructed in the parking lot.
I would highly recommend that
For
section
many of the media outlets
of the show.
to cover the DNC. You're going to have both press and video.
Figure should start anytime within the hour.
Covering all kinds of things that are happening in relation.
The event officially started earlier today. There were all kinds of different festivities going on. But as you can see, not very many people are in the convention center yet.
Set up for the convention.
Is this the United Center? I asked this, like, it looks like the United Center.
All the different media outlets that are here representing their companies to cover the convention. This is where everything will take place.
What did I lie on you about, ma'am?
Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. Most major media outlets have some sort of suite.
Old geezer, what's up, my friend?
Floor. This is C-SPAN's suite here.
He does have the golf announcer voice.
For hosts, so that they have a nice background for when they're covering the convention.
Guys, so, okay, imagine back when I actually did the real news, right? I wasn't as animated, wasn't making jokes about pissing in people's eye pussies.
Some are for the...
So when people, and this was back when I'm like 20,
network.
21, 22 is when I was doing the news for the radio. I would meet people and they would flip the fuck out.
That are going to be taking in this event.
I would have thought you were like a 60-year-old man.
Finally, this is the floor of the United Center where they will hold the vote.
This is the United Center.
All the events surrounding the Democratic.
This might not be live.
You can see.
Now that I'm thinking about it, this might be some prepackaged thing.
Delegates will sit in their assigned seating. And
But they will cut back to,
for all the
God, I always forget her name.
up on the stage.
I hate that stage. I do not know what the deal is with that stage. It looks horrible.
C-SPAN's Joe Teeples with a look
Okay, that's the live look.
for the convention here in Chicago. Now, to pull this off, it takes a lot of money. The budget for the Democratic National Committee is $94 million. The original budget was $84 million, but they beat fundraising.
They're just an embarrassment because you didn't get the chaos you wanted.
Raised for a convention. 50,000 plus people is what they're expecting, including 5,000
Left is best.
alternates and 15,000 members of the media. There's over 1,700 businesses and venues across the city that are involved in the convention, and it takes a lot of volunteers. They have to recruit them.
They may still, Warlord.
Chicago and be part of the 4 days. The total volunteers here, 12,000. We have got a few minutes left here before we're going to bring you to the convention floor. Sonia in California, Democratic caller.
Hello. I am 76 years old. I honor this country for its commitment to the fact that people can speak and to the demonstrators. I would like to hear the current President Biden, or anyone speaks to acknowledge that the people protesting should be heard and that the carnage in Palestine must be stopped. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that woman's awesome.
That recognized this evening.
Yes, I would like to have anyone, but predominantly President Biden, respond to how we are doing to stop what's going on in Palestine. We must acknowledge that the Palestinians have had enormous loss and that we as Americans will do something to stop that and continue supporting Israel.
Based granny indeed.
In California, Ethan, a Republican.
Mitochondria, good evening.
Watching this week.
I definitely will. Yes, I appreciate you having me on.
Dougie.
I want to say I'm very looking forward to a unifying speech from the DNC this week. We did not hear that, or at least I did not hear that from the RNC about a month ago. I was hoping to see more bipartisanship. I think as a Republican, I'm sick of the rhetoric. I'm sick of the election denying. It's time that we regain the sense of normalcy in this country again. And I am definitely open to voting for a Democrat, which would be my first time voting for a Democrat in my entire life. But I think my biggest concern right now is the fact that we are so polarized and we don't have any unity. We look at each other as enemies, and it's enough. You know, we're all Americans. We should be able to come together. We are a great country, and I really hope to see, especially Biden today. He's been a very unifying figure throughout his entire career in politics, and I really hope that he shows some of that today in this speech.
No, he says he's a Republican.
And they're a Republican, open to voting for the Democrats in November. The party.
Welcome back from the dead, clinically.
Tonight. This is a look at.
So glad to see you, my friend. Messaged you on Discord, was like, you okay? You didn't die, did you?
Lower costs, combat climate change, protect communities from gun violence, protect voting, abortion, and LGBTQ plus rights, secure the border and reform.
Oh, I don't blame you. That's probably a good thing to unplug, especially before DNC.
Strengthen U.S. diplomacy. That's some of what you'll hear from.
If you missed it at the very beginning, I told the story about how I tried to prank you.
Mentions the current president 287 times. This is from the New York Times reporting. Former president is mentioned 150.
I was ready to go with the stream an hour early, one day last week.
Presidential nominee mentioned.
So I decided to sit here with Twitter or Twitch pulled up until I saw you comment, and I was gonna hit the stream button right then, and you never came.
Oh, sorry, Noah in Ohio, independent.
Noah.
Oh, hey.
Is this me?
Hello?
Lenny, good evening.
All right, can I hear Noah? Noah
Hello?
in Ohio.
Noah.
Brendan?
Yes. Hello?
All right, let's try Kevin in Lynbrook, New York, Republican.
Of course, he'd be a Republican.
Hello.
Fucking Kevin.
How are you? Hello?
Can I hear Kevin
Yes.
in Lynbrook, New York,
Yes.
Republican?
Yes, this is Kevin from Lynbrook. How are you? Hello?
Kevin, are you
I
there?
waited all this... I'm here. I waited all this time.
All right. Well, we're going to get more phone calls in.
Well, I think she doesn't have a feed.
Gavel out from tonight's first session.
Wow.
We're going to take you now down to the floor of the convention for some sights and sounds. We expect the gavel to come down on the 2024 Democratic National Convention in about 10 minutes. We'll have live coverage.
No, take more calls.
Here on C-SPAN, and of course, if you want to take your
I think they're having issues.
you can download our free C-SPAN Now app, and if you miss anything, it's always on our
I do not like this stage so far,
.org. The
but I'm open to seeing like what that stage be doing, right?
coverage here on C-SPAN.
Look at this Seeky looking guy. What's up, Seek? I think that's a Sikh. I might be wrong. That'd be really racist of me. He's like Hindu, and I'm calling him a Sikh. Libertad. Oh, you want a car chase right now? They said gavel in 10 minutes. We can't do a car chase. I don't have any of that short. And I'm not like, if we stay for C-SPAN calls after, I'm not gonna be up for a car chase. Flash. But they have the ceremonial knife, but they don't wear it on the outside, do they? It's on the inside of their clothing. That's what I'm wondering, Raina. I don't know exactly. Like, it probably does shit I'm not seeing, or that we're all not seeing yet. So I'm interested. I'm open to the possibility that the stage could be cool. Yeah, they always carry it, but I thought it was like you had it inside your outfit. You had it like under your shirt.
I was walking behind you home.
I just walk up to dudes in turbans and be like, "Hey, can I see your knife?" Oh, you don't have a knife? Okay, you're not a Sikh.
You didn't wait for me. What happened?
Oh, do they wear it hanging from a necklace? I'm not familiar with the culture. I remember having it used for me for an example in like college of like discrimination people faced. You know, like Muslim hate got thrown at these Sikhs. Oh, I remember what it was. It was in post 9/11. If they were able to carry their knife onto planes and shit, that was the example that was used. Of like, you know, where laws might trample on people's rights, kind of deal. I may absolutely be wrong about where Sikhs wear their knives. If we have anybody of the they're not ethnic, are they? It's a faith, right? Or are they an ethnicity? See, I don't even know that. That's wrong of me to throw that out. If we have any Sikhs in the chat, please, I would love to learn about your culture. Yeah. Cancel Justin. Justin should never talk about the topic of they could be both. I don't know. Because like it's like being Jewish is both a ethnicity and a religion. Because you can be religiously Jewish and not be ethically Jewish. You can convert to Judaism. Or you can be ethnically Jewish and not be religiously Jewish. Guy comment, did you see the story about where, was it Richard Burr? When they were introducing people to the Senate? Richard Burr apologized to Harris and was like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your first name, so I'm just going to call you Mrs. Harris. And she's like, oh, that's all right. Well, I'll just call you Dick. And I got such a kick out of that. Hold on, I think I saved that. Like, Harris just keeps winning me over more and more. Because that's fucking funny. Maybe I didn't bookmark it. My apologies. Well, we've got a little time to kill, so... I had another set of audio up somewhere. I didn't know where it was. I was like trying to find it. Like, where's that audio coming from? We have this clip of Biden earlier today after he arrived at the DNC. Asked about the coup. Remember our friend Pentuple? The coup against him.
Donald Trump claims that you were pushed out, put from the top of the ticket, and this amounts to a coup from your party. What do you make of those claims? His what? Donald Trump.
He said his stability is still in question. So Joe Biden's still over here cracking jokes. That's another reason why I didn't really get into this when I was talking to Pentuple the other day. We watched Joe with Obama and Jimmy Kimmel, and he cracked several jokes. That's how I know he's lucid. He is not senile. But he is getting old, and he has good days and bad days. And the bad days are probably outnumbering the good days nowadays.
Trump claims that you were pushed out, put from the top of the ticket, and this amounts to a coup from your party. What do you make of those claims? His what?
I like how Joe even like brushes her off. He seems like he's having a good time. You see Amy Klobuchar getting interviewed. I wonder if we're going to get Amy Klobuchar speaking. Probably the only guys that this chat are going to be, or probably the only speakers tonight that this chat is going to be excited for, are AOC and Sean Thane. Everyone else is probably going to get a groan from you guys, including Hillary Clinton, Jill Biden, and Joe Biden. Jill's all right. I've always liked Jill. Dustin, good evening. Yeah, exactly, Sky Comment. He isn't demented. He's old as fuck, and he was always prone to gas to begin with. Well, he was a gaff machine before he was an old man, and now you add the old man factor into it. I'm sorry, getting into it. I'm not high enough for this shit. Already the music is so much better at the DNC. I'm not sure if they're going to have a house band type deal. Battle Possum, good evening. Yes, we're at the DNC tonight. I think we're getting started around 6:30. Oh, it won't be 15 minutes. These speeches will be relatively quick. They'll be like 5 to 7. Nobody gets all that long except, you know, the actual candidates. Joe Biden might take 20. So yeah, don't expect any of the speeches to drone on. Everybody will be pretty quick. There'll be 2, 3, 4 speeches. Then there'll be some sort of entertainment. Get another couple of speeches, some entertainment of some sorts. Green Leewood. I was having an argument on Twitter earlier, and I apparently fucked that dude's name up. I called him Ian Chong Miles or something. I don't care enough to get it right anyway. Yes, the pedophile in Malaysia. Yeah, that dude. Completely fucked his name up. He was right. I was actually defending him from some other dumb fuck. What he said was correct, but like, he's not a good source of information. He was just calling Candace Owens a lunatic, which is objectively true. Kanye, good evening. Why is Kanye West? Also, should I give Vultures and Vultures 2 a listen? Shelly, good evening. Well, I'm just saying he was correct about what he was talking about. Calling Candace Owens a lunatic. You guys watched the clip last night. She was legitimately a lunatic. Oh, I do have to correct myself. Those people that she was speaking of. Okay, let me ask you a question. Were you a Kanye fan at one point in time? Don, good evening. Hell yeah. You might hear some Kanye if you join me when I'm listening to music sometime, though. I like some Kanye. I'm very much a separate the artist from the art kind of guy. Or otherwise, like, there's so many amazing works of art that I would have to chuck out the window, right? And specifically, I fucking love Public Image Limited. And Johnny Rotten is a batshit crazy MAGA supporter. I'm a pretty big Smashing Pumpkins fan, and Billy Corgan is a gigantic piece of shit. Oh, but the dude, I did some research. That dude, Tommy Franks or whatever the fuck that she was talking about, that dude was real. And he was convicted for murdering like a 13-year-old. But there's like a whole, that's a whole other wormhole of some crazy bullshit. And I think most scholars believe that he was innocent. And that it was anti-Semitism that caused his conviction. But I did wrongfully state that she was talking about people that didn't exist last night. Exactly, I love the Smiths. And Morrissey's solo work. He's got such good work. Yeah. There's so many people I can go on like that. you're not watching TV or consuming people's music or anything. You're not doing it. The work exists on its own. Now, if they're shitty people, it's totally cool to... I mean, I pirate most everything anyway. But pirate it so they don't see any money from it. I understand that. Yeah, when they were zoomed in there on her, I kind of felt like they would belong more in a Republican National Convention. Battle Opossum, this is in Chicago. But they look like they're the Washington? They're the Washington delegation, it seems. With light-up cowboy hats. Possibly the Ohio delegation. I do not see the delineation. Why they gotta follow that woman right at booty level? Since I'm bringing it up, I do have some advice for you with your booty. Redneck should be a term of endearment. Some people interpret it to mean someone who works outside, who is a laborer that gets sun on their neck. The most common interpretation of it is that people wear red bandanas around their neck to identify other unionists. Torchy, no, not really. C-SPAN was taking calls, but they started having technical issues. So they quit taking calls, so we've kind of just been sitting on the DNC stage. But good evening and welcome in. Beer and some bowls. Sounds like a plan, Curiouser. I like how I shared out a status that said you're legally required to heart this status if I've ever made you horny or laugh, and Curiouser liked it. Just getting all kinds of shade from everybody today. Master of Splits, good evening. Okay, so I love some hot dogs, but like a Chicago style hot dog has pickles and shit on it. I can't do the pickles. Is everybody picking on me today for? I'm trying to think if I've ever had celery salt. I would watch the video of Hassan and Pritzker getting a hot dog. That'd probably be really entertaining. Ganja! Fuck yeah, you can watch! Ganja Big Buzz, welcome in, my friend. Glad to have you here. Let's have some ganja, shall we? Because I am not high enough for this shit. We expected to gavel in at any time. We were expecting it around 6:30. But they are playing us for fools. Do they think we just fell out of a coconut tree?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I tried to use that troll head, the face. It's like after the coconut falls or the troll head falls. He makes a funny face.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I tried to use that for something else today. I didn't realize how small it was. I couldn't use it for anything else. But God damn it. I need it big. See, I don't get the coleslaw on hot dogs. I love coleslaw. I'll eat the shit out of some coleslaw, but I can't imagine it on like other things. Like there's certain sandwiches that have slaw on them, and I don't get it. He needs it big. Jimmy John's is good. I like a Jimmy John's. I miss Quiznos though. That was my favorite. Sub place. Yeah. Yes. Everybody's talking about food. I ate little lunch right before stream. Bring me Ridgewood, Curiouser. It's not that. No, I take that back. Specifically for barbecue, I'd like to go somewhere else. It's all the sides at Ridgewood are what's good at Ridgewood. Nothing wrong with grocery store sushi. Quiznos was the best. I miss it so much. But the quality went downhill, you know. Because I still had one in front of my apartment in Alabama in like 2016. I'd stop all the time as I was going home. But it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same as it was in 2004, 2005, something like that. We love the shows. I think I even had that commercial on a CD. I had burned a CD and it had that fucking Quiznos. Because I just love Quiznos that much. Yeah, there's not that many of them. I don't think it's officially under. But it's hard to find one. No, Flash, it was a better Subway. Uh-oh. This is probably the 2 minutes to get to your seats. That's usually what flashing lights mean. Maybe we're getting started right now. Those critters were compelling salespeople. So me and my buddy used to get really high, and like we didn't have a Quiznos in our town, so we had to drive over to the next town to go to Quiznos. Oh, I can't tell this story. Okay, what? But what's the deal with the people in the middle of it?
Please welcome permanent chair of the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Mignon Moore, and chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison.
Hello, everyone. I am Mignon
Not Oprah.
permanent chair of the Democratic National Committee.
Permanent?
It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country and our country's soul. And last month, in a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation, and the next...
It can't just be an email, because there's a lot of money to be made from this. There's a lot of contracts and contractors, press people. This is big business.
Officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority...
It might be you, Flash.
Hoyer.
Good on my end.
Johnson and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant
Refresh your stream.
Gilchrist, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and Congressman Ted Lieu will serve as Sergeant at Arms. Louis Terrell will serve as our book doorkeeper, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee will serve as our timekeeper.
At what price?
Over to my friend, Chairman Harris.
They got cameras up there.
Hello, Democrats. The Democratic Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world.
Am I the only one that thinks Jamie Harrison's voice doesn't match his body?
Brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. And every convention is a moment.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people talking about disunity in the Democratic Party. No, the people that are inside the convention, they're unified.
Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality.
He does look like King Hippo, though.
Registering to vote. Or 52 years ago, when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination. Or 40 years ago, when a round-headed boy from South Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson.
He does kind of have a baby face.
Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment when a black convention chair and a black DNC chair lead us in
Yes, Flash, yes.
AAPI woman to be the next president of the United States.
Do not feel like any of us would have been part of the Democratic Party in the first 100 years.
This is because the Democratic Party is and always will be for the people, for our future. We are honored to be a part of American history as we gavel in this convention and celebrate this historic nomination. I would like to thank the incredible workers at this year's convention, the convention staff led by the amazing Alex Hornbrook, and our convention chair, Mignon Moore, and my amazing staff at the DNC. You quite literally set the stage for us today, and we wouldn't be here without all of you.
No, surely.
We hereby call the in-person portion of the 49th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
But it's weird for me to throw up a left fist to the Democrats. That doesn't really represent the Democrats. I wish it did.
Please stand if you are able.
What's the deal with the cameras?
By Cardinal Blaise Joseph Supich, Archbishop of Chicago.
I feel like there's more to it than that, Sky Comet. I mean, basically. But the Republicans back then, the Northern Republicans, were still the big business.
Let us pray. We praise you, O God of all.
Remember, Northern Republicans
a resolve.
wanted abolition because they didn't like the competition.
You are the source of every
It
blessing.
was a part of it.
Embraces our lives and our nation. We pray that you help us to truly understand and
Miss Piggy.
the sacred call of citizenship. We are a nation composed of every people and culture, united not by ties of blood, but by the profound aspirations of life.
Got AOC and Sean Fain speaking tonight.
Unbound hope. These aspirations
Hillary and Joe Biden.
why our forebears saw America.
Also, Dr. Jill Biden.
And with your steady guidance, Lord.
That's why I was kind of laying out, and then I was like, wait a minute, why am I being respectful of the prayer?
We are called to renew these aspirations, to reweave the fabric of America. We do so when we live out the virtues that dwell in our hearts, but also when we confront our failures to root out.
I don't know if I just need a new. Well, I might just buy a new tart warmer.
Those created by moral blindness and fear of the other.
Also, I thought like somebody corrected me and said it wasn't a tart warmer; it's a wax warmer.
People suffering the senselessness
And
of
those things aren't called tarts.
But
and I'm stupid for calling it
we
that.
must also act for building up the common
Tart warmer sounds like a euphemism.
And so we
I'll warm your tart.
May our nation become more fully a builder of peace in our wounded world.
I don't know what to say. You know, like I don't know what people get out of prayer. It's a foreign concept to me.
As individual Americans become more fully the instant.
I wish, Minty, but it's not going to go away.
Guide us, Lord.
I know so many progressive people that still like, well, I just like the tradition. I like the camaraderie and the pageantry. And I'm like,
As for every
that's not a reason to subscribe to this shit.
triumphing over division is what advances human dignity and
Fair enough, Flash.
let it be propelled by the women and men elected to serve in public life who know that service is the mark of true leadership. And let this new chapter of our nation's history be filled with overwhelming hope, a hope that refuses to narrow our national vision, but rather, as Pope Francis has said, to dream dreams and see visions of what by your grace
Just seemed like a good place to put that.
come. We ask all of this, trusting in your ever
old girlfriend who wanted to pray before you had sex.
Amen.
That's a new one. To be fair, I had a girlfriend one time that would have wanted to pray before sex, but like it would have been like in mockery or something, right?
Prairie Band Potawatomi, Nation Tribal Council Vice Chair Zach Pamami, and Secretary Lori Melchior.
Or some Wiccan shit, yeah.
Here we are.
Well, the Bible even says to pray to yourself, not in public.
Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation.
It's not even biblically correct.
We also honor the spirit of the other tribal nations who traveled westward through this beautiful area. Welcome, 2024 Democratic National Convention to our homelands.
Hey, tribal leaders get a fist.
And always will carry enormous importance to its original stewards, our ancestors, and our present-day communities. I am Vice Chairman of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, joined by Secretary Lori Melchior.
This is the Emmy. This is the Emmys of politics.
And our nation's tribal council, who are all...
I prayed that I could keep an erection.
From time immemorial, our ancestors lived in the Great Lakes region. However, in 1849, an illegal auction by the U.S. government forcibly removed our tribe from our homeland.
I've never heard it called Chirac.
We have been working to...
That's hilarious.
Finally, this year...
I can't imagine right-wingers were clever enough to come up with that.
...lands west of Chicago into a trust.
The Dimmies.
Thanks to the resolve of our tribal community and the Biden-Harris administration.
I'd rather have a Dundee, but I'll take a Dimmy.
We became the only federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years.
Do you know what they didn't have was some big flag unfurling?
Let's have a joyful, historic convention. Blessings to you all. Miigwech.
Not Bill Dundee. An award given out by Dunder Mifflin. Know your cultural references, Battle Opossum.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois.
Oh fuck! Well, never mind. Here they go unfurling a giant flag and shit. I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. I see you played Knifey Spoony before.
Forward, march, left, 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 left.
See, I knew Bill Dundee was what you were thinking of. Nobody else in this chat has a fucking clue who Bill Dundee is. We probably have some wrestling fans, but are they fanatical enough, old school enough to know who Bill Dundee is? That's the question.
Please welcome William and Charles Harrison from South Carolina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of course, he knows Crocodile Dundee. Joke. He came from a land down under.
Please welcome the Soul Children of Chicago to sing our national anthem.
See, much better music. Much better music. Hyundais have always been slick. I didn't say they'd be okay. Fair enough. I did say good music, good performers, good singers. Not necessarily doing good music. Probably Raina. See? Fuck you talking about not doing a good job? They killed it. You're an idiot. That was amazing. The choir that the RNC brought out the first night, I thought was special needs. Turns out they were like a addict recovery group, but still.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
You don't know no fucking good music. Yo, listen to Conway Twitty. Wear your nut huggers and listen to Conway.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world,
Chicago.
Oh, sorry. Some of you might have got a commercial break with that warning.
Organized to deliver real transformative change across this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive. And to a community organizer.
Terry, good evening.
Chicago.
This is Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago.
The White House reminding us that yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who
I think it's a Tuft.
every single day, she is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values.
He's just excited. This might be like his biggest platform so far.
What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it.
And Guilfoyle should have known better. She was in media like 20 years at that time.
Fundamental rights and our freedoms. It will take someone with leadership
She was on coke.
who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone, and let me tell you all, Kamala,
He pulled the Kang and Kodos. Oh, he's twirling.
Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago.
The greatest freaking city.
Thank you.
Flash, I would look into getting yourself one of those, goes on your hand and you just rub it on your head. And then, yeah, you probably want some kind of oil.
This is our town. We've got steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts. We've got the flavor, the guts, the grit, and those big shoulders you've heard so much about. We're a bold city, a proud city, a who you calling?
Why ain't you showing any basketball footage from the last 30 years, huh?
One, a city of giants, a city with heart, a city with heroes.
Sorry to any Bulls fans in the crowd.
Home. We were born ready, baptized by fire, tireless, tenacious, tested, trusted. And like someone else we know, when we fight, we win. We're ready to rise to the challenge, to rise to new heights. Rise, 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 up, up and away we go.
Did they show Mindy's muffins?
To scrape the sky and reach for the stars. To stand tall for tomorrow. To witness greatness.
I thought Kanye was from Atlanta.
We've got big things to do. Big shoes to
Or
fit.
does he just live there now?
Dreams to realize. We ain't afraid of nothing.
No?
No nonsense, no fear. Oh yeah, we're ready. So America, welcome to Chicago. We've got our dancing shoes on. We've got our game faces on. America, we look.
Was that Fiona?
Sound like you, work like you, dream like you. We feel you, America. We see you, America.
The Gallaghers are totally from Chicago.
So we can hear you, America. Welcome to Chicago.
Hey, we're like, there was no shout out to CM Punk in that.
My friends, my fellow Democrats, I started my journey to this stage in 1988.
Hey, didn't you already speak, Jamie? What the fuck?
And my family was watching the Democratic National Convention.
You know, Natacondra, we might need to check out the protest.
To watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised by a single mother. That was me. And as long as I live, I will never forget what he said.
This is the scene at the
to hope
protest.
So that's exactly what I did. I dreamed big.
So not exactly a lot going on right now.
Lost hope.
They're probably still marching,
and
they're going to march to this area and have a little concert.
In the fridge, when we lost our home to a con man, I never lost hope. And now, my friends, I'm standing on the same convention stage that inspired me. And I'm the chair of the Democratic Party, the world's oldest political party. Folks, only in America. And that's the beautiful thing about this country that I love so much. Hope and hard work can take you anywhere. You can go to college, you can start your own business, you can even win the Olympics. That's the America Democrats believe in, and that's the America Democrats are.
Another shot of protesters outside of the United Center.
So 4 years ago, my friends, we were a country divided by fear. And we were stuck under a man who preached bigotry and hatred.
Boy, howdy.
Was lost. But my friends, we found hope in President Biden and Vice President Harris. And the 80 million Americans who stood by their side. And now we are united. We're united in our pursuit of progress. Because, my friends, they saw us. They fought for us. They heard us. And under their transformational leadership, we have forgiven billions in student loans. We have expanded access to health.
Maybe I'm just salty because I thought Stacey Abrams should have been named.
But the fight continues.
The chair of the DNC. I still think it was stupid on their part.
You know, I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz,
you can see the police presence.
And they will create a country that
everything seems calm currently.
They will invest in our dreams.
Oh, they're drawing their clubs, though.
Will light our path forward. They will lead us in the fight for America. And believe me, when we fight, we win. And folks, we can never forget who we are fighting for. This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering who's going to finally pave that dirt road or make it easier to feed their family. Or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election
Exactly,
is
Flash.
about every little boy inspired by a party chair who looks like him, and every little girl who will finally see a president who looks like her. My friends, we are paving a path.
Oh yeah, we got Maxine Waters next.
Toward a brighter future for them, and we need each and every one of you to join us. In my beloved home state of South Carolina,
Jesse Jackson apparently speaking.
while I breathe, I hope. Folks, I believe in the power of hope, but it's going to take more than hope to win this election. So in the next 78 days, our motto can't be just, while I breathe, I hope. It must be, while I breathe, I vote. Because that is how we make hope real for all of America. America, let's
Vote harder.
Democrats up and down the ticket. Let's save our democracy, and let's vote for our MVP, Kamala Harris.
They're getting in the face of the cops.
Tim Walz. Thank you all so much for being here. And now, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will be co-chair for tonight. This is a young woman who is the current lieutenant governor of the great state of Minnesota. And when Tim Walz becomes vice president, she will become the first Native American governor in this great country. Folks, let's welcome Peggy Flanagan.
Hey, Peggy.
Good evening. Thank you, Jamie. As we gather together on this historic night, we remember those who came before us, who fought and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists, the activists who fought for our rights, the leaders who paved the way for us all. Their courage and conviction.
The earrings. The jacket's not so much bothering me. It's the earrings.
Memory reminds us that the fight for freedom always.
But also, it looks native, so.
To the next. We owe it to them and to ourselves to carry their legacy forward. Tonight we pay tribute to those who dared to dream of a country that truly stands for liberty and justice for all.
We should be challenging your fashion choices.
People, a lifelong advocate for civil rights.
Especially because there might be cultural significance. Love me some Maxine Waters. Lay it on us, Representative. Oh, she rocking that green.
Wow. Hello, delegates.
Oh yeah, I forget. There's a lot of sassy gay people in my chat, aren't there?
A lot in my lifetime. I was just 22 years old when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City, and she arrived with a group of black delegates from Mississippi.
That's what I was thinking about the earrings. That's why I didn't want to comment.
She simply asked that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City. But you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention, 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them.
Fuck yeah, she was.
Here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November,
everything after she became the AG was all right.
Have elected her their president.
We won't hold the rest of it against her.
Thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
If you want to make sure you say exactly what you wanted to, because as somebody who is a public speaker, like, I'm good at giving speeches off the cuff, but I'm almost certainly going to forget something. And I'll always kick myself.
Derek Johnson, and President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job.
Listen, I bet if you go to Melanie's house for dinner, she's making sure you eat good.
Of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer,
Chuck a mad? Chuck a real mad.
NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of
Moore. Good evening.
As the first black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive. Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history.
I need to go research that race, the 88 race with Jesse Jackson, because apparently he stood a chance and the DNC really tried to kneecap him.
Good evening.
Socialist Dawn, good evening.
I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black...
Perfect time to light one up, tip one back.
We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, This moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that black women could play in moving our nation forward. As president, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
Ducky, you said that wonderfully. This conference will be as full of platitudes as the RNC was full of grievance.
We resist those attacks collectively.
Couldn't have said it better.
And we will stand together.
Do we believe in freedom?
Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
Terry, my friend, I'm not interested in criticizing
All of the
salaries of people making a few $100,000. I'm interested in criticizing the wealth
Jackson took to the stage
of people who make billions.
Convention in Chicago, knowing the uphill battle he would face in composing the score of a harmonious nation.
Reverend Jackson started out very young. He opened the door, and he continues to do that even now, that all of us have a responsibility for other generations to come behind us.
Jesse Jackson's candidacy in 1984 helped to pave the way for Barack Obama's presidency in 2008. His 1988 candidacy helped to reshape the Democratic National Committee. His candidacy was before its time.
Fueled by passion and determination,
why no maximum wage?
Marching to their own beat, our civil rights leaders laid the groundwork for lasting change, dreaming of a country where equality and justice inspired the next generation.
We need the energy of our young people. We need the wisdom of our elders. We all can be proud to say that we are truly a leading democracy and we respect people's ability to exist.
America is not like a blanket, one piece of unbroken cloth, the same color, the same texture, the same size. America is more like a quilt, many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes.
Standing on the shoulders of giants, Kamala Harris is the candidate who encompasses the brilliance, determination, analysis, and the action to carry the torch lit by the founders of the movement. There's only one choice to represent our collective voice.
What kind of country do we want to live in?
Value system of the modern Democratic Party has been shaped by the civil rights movement of the 1960s.
There's a direct line from 64, the National Democratic Convention, where Fannie Lou Hamer asked to be seated, and 2024, where a black woman is the Democratic nominee. It's been a long struggle and a long journey, but Fannie's gonna be vindicated and Shirley Chisholm's gonna be vindicated in the 24 Democratic Convention.
I wonder if I could sit in a room with Shirley Chisholm, with Rosa Parks, with Coretta Scott King. What would they say about what's happening today?
The civil rights movement has been a key part of organizing the agenda, not just of the Democratic Party, but of democracy.
This is the hope that runs through Kamala Harris's leadership, one where hope, change, and freedom are the drumline of our democracy.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee.
We must never surrender. America will get better.
This shit is inspiring. That's why the right hates it.
Please welcome founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Oh, I didn't know he was looking that bad. I guess he is getting up there, though. Has he had issues? Has he had a stroke or something? And to be honest, we haven't heard from Jesse Jackson in a while. I would have figured he had a podcast or something. Oh, he had Parkinson's? Oh. That is something we definitely need more research into. ALS, Parkinson's. They absolutely should lean into it because it's inspiring, because we know the history of the country and how it has kept people of color down. Actively worked against their ascension to not only places of power, but fucking just being equal citizens. It is inspiring to see this story. Yeah, these horrific neurological diseases, they scare the shit out of me. And they take so many lives, and like people just suffer with them. We need far more research into them.
Yeah.
I thought we were getting a Jesse Jackson speech. Apparently, I was wondering what exactly to expect after I saw him. I kind of disappointed because he was such a amazing speaker. That's sad, but I'm glad he got to come out to the crowd and
Our first order of business.
receive that ovation.
Adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was...
That's why I get so upset with right-wingers over their attacks on the vaccine. mRNA could absolutely be like just a fucking miracle.
That members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the state.
Hey, Dougie, that's what we've got to
email to each convention participant.
We've got to put human ingenuity into those kinds of diseases.
Speakers and performers. Tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda.
That's all you had to do is dump money into it, Flash. You're exactly right. We can do anything that we want. All we have to do is invest in it.
Considering a resolution as
It really is that goddamn simple.
Hearing the platform committee report and considering our national platform.
He was very low energy earlier, Sky Comet.
And holding a
we also have the cops
ceremonial vote for our vice president.
marching outside of the United Center.
Tuesday includes a ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee. Wednesday, we'll hear ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech.
Where's Trump's rally at? Pennsylvania?
And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech from...
We didn't just want to, though. If the Russians weren't trying to go to the moon, would we have... You have to trick America into doing shit.
So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to...
It won't do it just because it's the right thing. You gotta, like, hurt America's pride.
All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please.
And then they'll be like, I'll show you.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Harry doesn't think we've been to the moon. Fair enough. Not the craziest thing I've heard in the last week, Terry, so...
Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary...
Gonna have to do better than that on me.
Roosevelt Jr.
China probably will. You're right on it. Yes, they're carrying around J.D. Vance's cum. I have that, or fake cum.
It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend, Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to
For the very reason I just explained to you, Terry, we're not challenged to do it anymore.
the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention.
We shoot shit up there all the time. We got like 2 astronauts stranded on the space station.
Decided by the committee. Their work allowed us to nominate 2 champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor.
Yes, how amazing would it be to go coast to coast in, 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that?
Our delegate selection process is designed to ensure every voice is heard.
Brad, good evening.
And every vision is heard, and our delegates accurately represent their...
Yes, it's real.
Diversity is our party's strength. And I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today. I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
Unfortunately, this is real. Republican supporters
Rules Committee co-chair
carrying around J.D. Vance's seed. Take that, Tim Walz. I mean...
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to serve as co-chair of the Convention Rules Committee alongside my friend, Governor Tim.
TMZ usually vets.
Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening, but it's good to know that serving as co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion. The Rules Committee adopted the procedural rules of the convention on July 24th. They are based on long-standing processes governing our convention and ensured that we met all ballot access deadlines. The rules established the virtual nominating process for the party's nominees and set the stage for in-person...
Yeah, because they're at a rally. They probably bought the gears they were coming in. Don't you usually buy a T-shirt when you go in a concert?
...by the Rules Committee, as well as to cast celebratory votes
I do.
on our nominees and hear their acceptance speeches. Under the Rules Committee authority, the Rules Committee is recommending for your approval one resolution.
One resolution. Light one up, tip one back.
The resolution supports the current practice regarding automatic delegates, as well as other reforms to make our party stronger. The co-chairs are pleased to move the adoption of this resolution on behalf of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Bishop Daughtry. The Rules Committee has moved the approval of the resolution. Is there a second? We have a second.
Aye.
I will now call for a voice vote on approving the resolution as recommended by the Rules Committee. All those in favor of the committee's recommendation to approve the unity resolution say aye. All opposed say nay. I'm pleased to report, for the record,
I read that as Posobiec was undercover at the protest with Keppels covering his face. Fake cum cups.
Rules Committee co-chairs and members for...
These are the people who wore tampons or the maxi pads on their ears.
Thank you.
Tampons in their ears.
Please welcome Platform Committee co-chairs Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Mayor Regina Romero.
I was also a little choked up from that hit. And apparently the whole free tampons and boys, apparently that's not required by that law at all. They just made that shit up.
National platform
as recommended for approval by the committee. Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished hand in hand. And it presents a
but Flash,
for our future.
He's not going for the bald look. He's still got got hair on the sides and shit.
Rip them away.
He's just naturally bald. He's just went with it.
Expand.
He's not grooming it to be bald.
Protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump will cut taxes for billionaires and big corporations, and he will pay for it by putting health care and Social Security on the chopping block. Kamala Harris is going to defend our democracy.
Get you one of those things that go on. You spend like you can get one for like $40.
The stakes could
spend like $120 on one. Get one of those. You don't have to get like a $400 one. But it goes on your hand and it just like, and you can do it multiple times a day. Just,
Mayor Landrieu, it was a
and then get you some oil.
I also
Or a little baby oil, just a little bit. Just a little dab of baby oil.
Terrell
Good to go.
The drafting subcommittee for their work. This platform was passed by the platform committee.
There you go. Dougie's right. Get you a bowling ball polishing cloth.
Prior to the president passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism.
I love you guys. This is the best comedy club I ever worked.
Of a comprehensive process to engage with leaders from all corners.
Anonymously. I mean, Republicans will make healthcare worse.
Of submission.
Oh, group hug.
Hours of hearing and testimonies. Countless conversations with community leaders and grassroots Democrats. All were essential to producing a forward-looking vision for our party that echoes the voices of all. Vice President Harris is now carrying the torch.
If O'Brien is talking, it's not tonight.
And she
Sean Fain is speaking tonight.
Committed to delivering results for the American people. Then you have Donald Trump. His extreme agenda is working against everyday Americans. He is fighting for big oil, big pharma, big banks, but most of all, my fellow Democrats, he is fighting for himself. This November,
yeah, Brandon is the keynote speaker tonight.
And elect Kamala Harris
He's your main event.
So we can implement an agenda that works for everyone.
I like her.
Cuando luchamos, ganamos.
This is Regina Romero, the Platform Committee co-chair.
Half of the Platform Committee, we are.
I don't remember. She held a position at some point in time.
Of the 20
I mean, like not a position. She held office at some point in time.
Platform.
I don't remember what she was. Maybe she was Congresswoman and got ousted.
The co-chairs have moved the approval of the national platform. Is there a second?
Aye.
We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote.
Look at me participating in democracy.
Committee. All those in favor of approving the platform, please say aye.
Good.
Say no. Co-chairs, I am pleased to report for the record that with a majority of the delegates having voted in the affirmative, the platform has been adopted.
Pete Case, good evening.
Once again, thank you to our...
He claws the shit, like, look, he claws the shit oil that's hurting so bad. Because he's clawing the shit out of my kneecap. Like, I love this cat. But I have to pry the claw in my knee, it hurts. The warlord, he wants to be here. He wants to be in my lap.
When Kamala Harris set out to find her vice president, just 1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future. She found that
cats don't understand consent.
walls.
Have you never been around a cat?
Give it up. On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunities.
Oh, cats care about consent when it's them.
President's integrity, commitment,
You gotta have their consent to do anything.
service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion.
They don't care about your consent.
Confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president.
They got too excited when you gave them the rawhide. Rawhide.
Yes.
USA.
Pursuant to our convention rules, Governor Walz
USA.
will deliver on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you, my friends. Delegates, please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Yeah, that's scary. These motherfuckers don't know that, like, signs that say mass deportation, that you want to round people up and put them on trains.
Thank you.
You're sounding really Nazi. Do you not know that you're sounding fucking Nazi?
And welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention.
You want me to pull Trump up? He might still be speaking.
Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago.
DSW, welcome. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
To rally around Kamala Harris and Tim
Venus, good evening.
Vision for America. It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy. Our theme tonight...
Oh, Trump spoke like 3 hours ago.
We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow citizens. And we'll hear from our president, Joe Biden, who has been a champion for the people for his entire life. My name
is Paul Heyman.
Ojibwe language is Giji Wewadam Ukwe.
Oh.
English speaks with a clear and loud voice, woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone behind. That's why I am supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States. For almost 6 years, I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up.
You doing the original tribal chief?
All with a big heart, a buffalo plaid jacket,
I'll acknowledge him,
and a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter Butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew. Every time we meet, he brings something for me, because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours. He and Kamala Harris have spent their lives fighting for you, for your family.
Yeah, it's nice to see a convention and it be very diverse and the people that are there.
Democrat or just tuning in.
Instead of everybody being fucking white. And the music they played. It was like all Beach Boys.
Upended our lives. My brother Ron.
Come on, Eileen, and shit like that.
In the state of
Songs that make white people lose their fucking minds.
We couldn't see him. We couldn't have him.
Hold on loosely.
Millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump.
I like fucking culture.
Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped in with quick and decisive action.
Raina, are you a Mountain Dew fan?
Created millions of jobs and invested in our nation's future.
I almost kind of I kind of barf at the thought of it. It's weird that I'm such a snob. Eastern Kentucky boy is all such a snob about food.
We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat worm.
Just the chemicals, not the sugar.
All we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. View this the same as the flu.
I am at the point in my life where I want to go somewhere, buy a house, have a garden. I want a garden. I want to grow some food. But also, I don't think I'm going to be able to grow things because I kill plants.
I'm taking it. Hydroxychloroquine.
When?
Right now, yeah. You can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the books.
Manual?
I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
Apparently, I learned this about Sparkles. She fucking has an addiction to Mountain Dew, but she only lets herself have it when she goes to Taco Bell, which was like once every 2 or 3 months with me.
Our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it.
You're Misha.
Tonight, the U.S. is.
I fucked your name up. I'm so sorry. If you'll give me a phonetical pronunciation, I will totally get it right. Or I'll try.
Since President Biden took office, beating his.
But thank you for being a freaking follower. We're glad to have you in here.
Returned to school earlier this month after more than a year of remote learning. Sports venues are filling up and concerts are getting scheduled.
I'm feeling great.
You said you can't wait to hear that on SmackDown. The chat was going by me. I thought I saw lockdown. I was like, we may be in lockdown. Give it another couple months.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Lauren Underwood.
Hey, Lauren. I am not familiar with you. Are you somebody that's going to burst on the national scene?
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, it is what it is. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, help is on the way.
Well, to be fair, they still fucked it up pretty bad, too.
Tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut.
Hold on, let me translate.
After year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him.
It was already on Russian.
Again.
Maybe that isn't Russian.
As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making health care more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition.
Oh, no. Why is she talking about Trump? About our elephant Trump.
And as the youngest woman ever elected to Congress, I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID.
Hooray, my name was read correctly.
To protect
women. Boom!
Address the maternal.
You're welcome.
And that bill
Glad to have you here.
introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make health care more affordable. And now 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month. And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time.
I translated. What's wrong, Sky Comment?
4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back. Thank you.
He's from that bean-eating country.
My name is Rich Logis. I live in Florida.
What's up, Rich?
Until 2 years ago, I was a full-fledged member of MAGA. I believed Trump. I was a MAGA pundit. I had my own podcast. I was in a state of panic, terrified that Democrats were destroying our country. When the pandemic hit, we needed leadership.
So why I left the right?
Nothing. It was a major betrayal to the country.
God damn it.
So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber.
You can absolutely invent a language.
And looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything.
Tolkien do that?
Lying is Trump's toxic superpower.
Glory to Ukraine.
Apart families, communities, our whole country.
Flash, I like your trolling.
All the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me.
Warlord likes beans on potatoes, on baked potatoes.
But it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need
I have not watched it, Kanye, but I have it bookmarked.
We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
I almost watched it on the show last night.
Please welcome California.
We got DNC all week. We got C-SPAN calls afterwards. Everything I have learned about Chris Chan has been against my will. I promise we will watch it, though. Into the week, because it's like 20 minutes long.
We all remember. We all remember the world.
Tolkien invented multiple languages.
Where we were.
This is Representative Robert Garcia.
Who we lost. Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic
Listen, don't get me started. I read The Hobbit. I did not like it.
Beds for more tests and to make
TSW, this is Representative Robert Garcia.
What we needed at that moment was national leadership.
Representative from California.
We got Donald Trump.
And that's kind of why I'm here.
Schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues. Donald Trump downplayed the virus.
I'm sorry, my camera's blocking it, to be honest with you.
Our bodies. He peddled conspiracy theories across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans and our collapsed.
What's that magic?
Now that's
the angle's wrong on it now, but okay.
My mom and my stepfather both died.
If The Hobbit was the best of them, my God.
I miss them.
I hated that fucking book.
So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of...
I'm sorry, Ducky.
It should make us all furious.
I've got the trilogy movies. I need to watch them, I guess.
Now, I will never forget.
I'll probably end up hating them as well.
After my parents died, she told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that
I think that A New Hope was the
Joe
best.
Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated.
The Hobbit drags. And didn't they turn it into like 3 movies?
Our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan. A historic economic...
Princess Kimberly, did I tell you good evening?
Small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Was it 3 movies? Because it was a short book.
Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor.
The Silmarillion? That's the coolest name.
And we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom,
and nothing happens in the fucking Hobbit.
Because
they just tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la, they stop and eat, they tra-la-la-la-la.
I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen. I raised my right hand, and
the best thing about the Hobbit is the fucking South Park making fun of Kim Kardashian.
The proudest day of my life.
Kanye like calling like, bitch, are you sure you're not the Hobbit?
My mom taught me to love this country. She taught me that real American patriotism is not about screaming.
And that, what's the name of that Kanye song where he's riding on that bike?
American
I don't even remember the name of it.
So much that you want to help the people in your country.
And the song that Trey does, it sounds just like that song.
And we all know that Kamala Harris understands and knows this as well.
Good evening.
To lead this.
No, not the gay fish. This is the second one. The gay fish is the first one.
We can all remember 2020.
He comes back and they're like,
of Donald Trump. But
like
let's remember
Garrison introduces him as Aquaman or something.
Every single day this week that we are not going back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garcia.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan from Kamala HQ. And we have a little game we like to play here.
I'm sorry, the camera on this side is bothering me.
We list out 3 things Donald Trump has said, and then we try to figure out if any one of them is true, which they're not. Let's play. First up, jobs.
Ain't that the truth?
Trump claims his administration created more jobs than we ever had before. He says we had the greatest economy ever, and then we got hit with COVID, and he says he created a manufacturing jobs miracle. Let's dig in. More jobs than we ever had before? Trump lost 3 million jobs. In fact, he's the first president to lose jobs since Herbert Hoover. What about this claim that it was the greatest economy ever?
Wait a minute, didn't Reagan lose jobs? Didn't he have like negative job growth?
Let's take a look at his track record on jobs before COVID as compared to the Biden-Harris administrations. What do you know? Hardly the most successful ever. And about his supposed manufacturing miracle, Trump talked a big game, but actually lost 178,000 manufacturers.
Probably all of the,
just to be clear,
all of your Congress people are
manufacturing
at the DNC
on their way down before the pandemic. So
I would assume.
That's round 1. And it looks like what we have here is...
Unless they're a new congressperson, they can't afford to travel there. That's possible. I'd say you got to pay your own ticket.
Donald Trump downplayed COVID while Americans were living in fear.
If you're somebody like Maxwell Frost or
Communities were fighting to survive.
Cory Bush, you might not be able to afford the ticket to fucking Chicago.
They actually took decisive action to create jobs.
Yeah, but that would be for their position as a congressperson.
A stronger
I don't think they'd be able to use that for what is a political event.
we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those moments. Donald Trump.
Some of us are still on Twitter because there is fun to be had with chuds.
Trump abandons vulnerable people. Kamala Harris protects them. Donald Trump bullies scientists. Kamala Harris believes them. Our next two speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Brian Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
Oh my God, what happened to Brianna Wu?
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing.
Damn, guys. Cruel.
Then we found...
You've got me saying you're cruel. Come on. Damn, Flash.
We brought our second daughter home from the hospital. Brian was diagnosed with ALS.
Yes, he has ALS, and she's a good wife. I am disappointed in you guys.
I was told I had 6 months to live. That was 7 years ago.
Yes, we were talking about ALS is horrible. We need more research into it. We were talking about Parkinson's and other neurological diseases earlier.
We could not change Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize.
He worked in the Obama administration.
We founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access.
His hatred of Trump keeps him alive.
All of which President Biden signed into law.
That was a good one.
We will also keep fighting alongside patients living with
If you're gonna make jokes, make sure it's good. Warlord did a good one.
dementia and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for
This is Sandra Abreviera.
That is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris.
They met while they both worked in the Obama administration.
She knows the promise of science and that patients need to
He was diagnosed with ALS 6 years ago.
wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation.
Absolutely.
And believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our caregivers too.
Sky Comet, you of all people.
Are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively. And that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
Once again, inspirational story. And an issue that we all decided was very important to us.
Please welcome.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Only, dissimilar enough to be, legally unactionable.
Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You
Go Sandra.
Find a more courageous couple.
Look at this dick.
Sandra, another round of applause. In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now, for
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, by the way.
Trump's wild claims, he lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed.
Like alphabet soup?
Was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF?
Denied.
That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad.
Comrade Kirby.
One, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this. Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of two presidents in the history of the United States.
Well, let's be fair. If anyone was a Fed in this chat, it's you, Flash.
It's working than when he started.
I don't think you are.
Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a record.
But if anyone is, it's you.
And Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump wants.
Got my eye on you.
They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million. Today,
Flash the fan.
Fixed. More factories are being built. More Americans are working construction. And more auto workers are making cars than on any month when Trump was president. And we know behind every job is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan.
DSW want to talk some wrestling with me.
These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders.
Tadpole, good evening.
It's mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. Ed Smith told us, there's joy in this.
Is that Comrade Kitty?
When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family story too.
Your comrade Kitty and raise you a comrade Trolley.
We were a strong union family. We were not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together. Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the
motherfuckers lay some pipe.
Work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are
GCW is that trash wrestling.
He's a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career.
Get that outlaw mud show bullshit out of here.
For our kids.
You live in
because
sexual
he's excited
anarchy.
to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Hey Joyce, love that top. Looking fabulous.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State. And
I'm sorry.
Left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and
Are you from Ohio? That shithole?
cozying up with billionaires. While
That is like the worst state in the fucking country.
JD has
I'm sorry, Scott Comment.
for 18
I love you dearly.
And what has he done for hard-working Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guy.
More astronauts are from Ohio than any other state. Really?
Have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our...
Want to flee Earth?
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for...
Where's my macho emote? You want to have that? Is it like a follower emote? I don't have my own.
Have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America.
I don't know how to use Twitch.
With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it, and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare
Dougie, Michigan has lakes and Motown.
brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz.
Timmy!
America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Excellent job. I would like to see more of Representative Beatty.
Please welcome AFSCME President Lee Saunders, SEIU President April Barrett.
It's like every
Brent Booker, IBEW.
Every song is like generic Michael Jackson.
CWA President Claude Cummings and AFL-CIO President.
This is like a song from Sonic 2. Fox, good evening. I don't think she is Mox, but like, wasn't she like a school shooting survivor or some shit? I think that qualifies you more than Hulk Hogan. Be on brand for the DNC. This guy's a lizard person.
Union yes! Union yes! Union yes! Union yes!
You can't tell me he's not a lizard person. I thought for years Hillary was a lizard person, but I've actually found one now.
Saunders, President of
Might give me David Icke.
Union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. You know, 4 years ago,
Grumpy Kitty,
we faced a pandemic. And
don't insult the Crypt Keeper like that.
A president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala.
Yes, here's the thing, Mox, is like I follow her on Twitter because of whatever she went viral for.
Pulling the economy.
And like she's just
and putting
like
back to work.
What, 21-year-old, like figuring out her politics and doing it very publicly, and that sucks for her. Because God knows I had shitty politics.
A union. So this November,
and what did she go viral for?
We're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
I'm not a liberal. How goddamn? Hairless James Earl Jones.
Always been all in for us. Vice President Harris.
Don't insult James Earl Jones like that.
On the picket line.
It didn't look like James Earl Jones. It looked like Darth Vader after the mask came off. Oh!
Our vision for a modern day labor movement. A movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century. And an economy that is ready for.
Don't make me side by side.
It is going.
It's true, and you know it.
That we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union, and we Y'all, we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement.
Fuck yeah.
A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
Her hair looks like a marble rye.
I'm Brent Booker.
I just did the fucking Macarena
And I'm
in 2024.
The Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration...
I don't know how I remembered it, Dougie.
Now we're rebuilding...
Hey, isn't this the dude from Beetlejuice that diddled kids?
Empowering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home.
Principal of Ferris Bueller.
School. Retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris...
Just in case you didn't get the first reference.
Workers who are building America.
I turned out to be a goddamn diddler.
Hello, hello. I'm Kenny Cooper representing 840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood.
Yes, he was a diddler. I can't or maybe it was child porn or something like that. But yeah. It's bad.
From fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants.
I'm sorry, Mox. I'm sorry to shout. That is why he is not in Beetlejuice 2.
30 years.
In theater September 3rd.
We're building a new energy future. While
sponsor me.
Great paying jobs and a stable retirement.
Also, don't hold me to that. I don't think it's September 3rd. I just made that up. It's September something because I watched the trailer the other day.
Bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plan.
Yeah, the movie's about him being, it starts with him being dead or something, doesn't it?
Our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She is capable.
Yes, line one up, tip one back.
It's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings Jr., president of CWA, the Communication Workers of America.
Man, Claude.
We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families
It's an issue.
Access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass
so much of the infrastructure that delivers internet in this country, especially if you live in a rural area, was built by your tax dollars. So why should you have to pay for that shit?
Household to the internet while creating good union jobs. Listen, we don't play at CWA.
Absolutely should be nationalized. Like you should have to pay like a $5 fee, a $10 fee, whatever it is. Publicly owned lines that companies rent and resell. It's a scam.
President
Deuceface, you're a fucking moron. Hills up Harris.
I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO. Representing nearly 13 million
election is about two economic visions.
You guys can ban that stupid fuck if you want to. I usually don't ban people, but you're just coming in here with rank misogyny.
A CEO's
You add nothing to life, society.
or an opportunity economy where we lower
I'm sure no woman has ever let you see their vagina.
where we go after
God help us if you have kids.
corporate landlords and price gougers. Where there's no such thing
I don't know that he's not getting a slot box.
as a job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job.
But I will point out that he is under assault now for speaking at the RNC. There's a challenge to his presidency.
And that's the future.
Yes, this dude needs a titty slap.
Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
Allow me to put down a guy for his rank misogyny.
Please.
And then show my titty slap graphic.
Bass.
So if that challenge might have something to do with why he's not there.
Democrats!
If he doesn't speak on another night or something.
Democrats! Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago.
Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles.
A belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child.
We have Mayor Bass to thank for all the amazing car chases we watch all the time.
Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next.
Who's Big Mike?
That's why when I was...
Are you talking about Michelle Obama?
And she was a prosecutor...
He's like, I'll fucking kick you for that too. That's just stupid shit.
Reform the child welfare system.
Nathan, good evening.
Make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own.
Yeah, like Michelle Obama is a far hotter woman than has ever looked your way in life.
As Attorney General,
I see your little prison picture up here, dude.
Bureau of Children's Justice.
I know what you look like.
Give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her,
Light one up, tip one back.
The first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles. We knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead.
I was on crack.
Now I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That
Torchy, I've probably got drops you've never seen before. So I've got old ones that I just haven't pulled out in a while.
for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
I keep throwing up a fist. There's certain things that don't need a fist.
Please welcome.
And electing a lib to presidency probably doesn't need a fist.
Mickey Guyton.
Degrading what it actually means, so I apologize for that. Who? What?
How y'all doing?
Where the lines on the interstate.
Is it Miggy Gooden?
On a back road.
It disappeared on me really fast.
Football game. The lighters that are
I'm not gonna give a shit about copyright this time. Because like I got copyright on YouTube anyways for the RNC, so let's let it rip.
Where the dance floors, church pews, suit and ties, tattoos, one big small town. Ain't we all? Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? Ain't we all? Ain't we
Flash would rather had Kid Rock.
the stars in the Texas sky and a jukebox vinyl? How y'all doing? With a New York City
This is my first exposure to her.
and a hotel Bible.
She's got a hell of a voice.
Daisy Dukes, Dookie Briggs, James Brown, James Dean. With cold beer, champagne, millionaires, fast and change, and everything in between. Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? We got the same story, the same stripes. Just wanna live that good life. Ain't we
I mean, to be honest, Kid Rock is kind of closer to my taste in music. But she is objectively a better performer than Kid Rock, though. So the cover band at the RNC was good. They weren't playing the best music, but they were good musicians. I can't rag on somebody for not having rhythm, because I don't. Love this dude. He is absolutely a fantastic singer. Once again, not my type of music. Oh, I love her getting down, though. That was awesome. Is that your Macarena moment? The shit that streamers will be laughing about 30 years from now? If there's still a country. There's still humans inhabiting Earth. Or if we're not all Mad Maxing out here.
As we look ahead to our collective future, it's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last 4 years. The Biden-Harris administration laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear
It's going to be an amalgamation of a lot of different
about how
dystopian fantasies.
walls are investing in the long
They're going to be Mad Maxing it out in the West.
nation.
Going to be Waterworld down in Florida.
Okay, go.
You're going to have Escape New York going to go on. It's going to be like a prison city. Futuristic prison city.
Governor Austin Davis. I'm the proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair. President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again. He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden
It was always Infrastructure Week.
Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in
This is the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, Austin Davis.
We repaired the Fern Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time. Right now,
Flash, I just saw that picture of that road the other day. It was talking about all the different movies that was filmed there.
Bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern. When I think about the future, I think about my daughter Harper and all of America's children. Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean...
How do we still have lead pipes? It's 2024.
Not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
How in the fuck? All it is money, yet again, the willpower to do it. There should not be a goddamn lead pipe in this country. It is the sweetest metal. Go lick some lead.
Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. But long before I took office,
If you're 40, 50 years old, some lead's probably not going to hurt you if you go lick a little lead. Go lick a little lead.
and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics.
You's a little kid. You shouldn't be around no fucking lead.
Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why
Mr. Plug Superman's vision from our water supply.
Because once a nurse, always a nurse.
Exactly, Sky Comet. You could have been a fucking super genius.
Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her doctor, and threatening to slash Medicaid.
You know slouches it is.
Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare.
And they're out here. Vaccines cause autism. Maybe it's the lead fucking pipes.
$35 a month for seniors.
The weird fucking chemicals we put in our food.
And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs.
Table varnish smells amazing.
For Americans on
Freedom, good evening.
Kamala will continue to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone. Of course, healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own.
That's also true, Mox. We need to destigmatize neurodivergence.
You need without.
But also, I think there's contributing factors to it as well.
Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
It's a nature-nurture kind of deal, right?
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County.
And it's not just lead. Kids in Appalachia growing up with coal sludge in their water.
Texas Governor Ann Richards said, "I've been tested by fire."
For people in
Lost.
the Rust Belt having industrial waste in their water.
Been in office. We've dealt
Agricultural waste in the Midwest.
with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us.
Yeah, do you want the Toxic Avenger? Because that's how you get the Toxic Avenger.
Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris
That's how you get Ninja Turtle. Ah, fuck, you sold me on it.
called me to make sure we had
PFAS in all the watersheds at this point. There's microplastics in my dick.
I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week
She's got amazing nail polish. I love it.
down in Texas with vital
This is Judge Lena Hidalgo from Harris County, Texas.
Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of
It's insane that we have shit like hookworm outbreaks,
to protect our community
measles
from
outbreaks.
extreme weather.
Didn't we have like pockets of dysentery not that long ago?
To help us with just that. And Houston is thriving.
We're like macroplastics.
Leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change.
Nathan, did I tell you good evening?
Leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
This is sober Judge Janine.
Can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back. I'm California's Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, don't eat armadillo. It will give you leprosy.
I hold another title.
Leprosy. We still deal with leprosy.
Harris's friend. I met her when we were both young women.
Possibly. Can you blame her if she's drunk?
The hall.
They're celebrating.
I worked in housing. She had just.
I'm high as shit.
District.
Who gives a fuck?
We got frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun. She was also a great
Is Jaeger what you drink?
Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and
Light one up, tip one back. What's everybody's favorite drink?
never let anybody make you feel small.
I like a redheaded slut.
I saw her put that.
Yeah, there you go, Georgie. What are we, 15?
When Wall Street
I'm not a hardcore drinker. I'm a social drinker.
homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion.
Crown on the rock. I should have known that clinically.
Other attorneys general agreed.
And Crown's smooth.
Because Kamala Harris
I cook with Crown.
She knew that wasn't enough for all the working families.
Flashes a heavy set. See, you're a fed.
So she put her foot down and refused.
Benny, what's a holy bartender?
Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners. And that's because she.
Oh yeah, I'll take a daiquiri.
She
or okay, so
that
if I'm drinking in a place like a bar that has like beers and shit, like I'm doing comedy, I usually get apple cider.
Sometimes she sings to you.
I like it. What are the Reds, apple, whatever the fuck? Those are really fucking good.
Decided to run for lieutenant governor. She asked tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead.
You give me a really cold beer, I'm not gonna mind.
Together, we shattered that glass ceiling, California.
They have a taste for PBR because I went to college in Tennessee.
To work. I am so glad the country
Princess Kimberly, I'm sorry to be talking about alcohol then.
that I've known for decades. For California.
I have not had Goldschlager since I was like in
For Texas.
I don't want to say college. No, it would have been like right after college.
Red and blue and everything.
When I was 20, 21, I would have been in college.
Vice President Harris have been investing
Had I stayed.
in the future and are on our side, and we are not going back.
Now, I'm not really a drinker.
2025.
The closest I've ever came to drinking regularly was when I was doing stand-up.
I'm not gonna be nice.
It will ban abortion nationwide,
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
raise taxes on middle-class families, gut Medicaid,
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
strip rights from LGBTQ+ people,
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
And I've had a lot of girlfriends that, you know, they like wine. And wine's good. I'm always down. Like, if you're gonna crack open a bottle of wine, I'll have a glass with you.
An explosive undercover.
I don't get white, red. They're both good. They both got their like charm.
The work he's doing now.
He's been on our organization.
I prefer a sweeter wine.
Blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's type.
You know, I enjoy wine.
These are the stakes.
If I ever became an actual drinker, it'd probably be I'd become a wino.
We are not.
Sparkles, good evening. You pretty much came for all the big names. AOC, Sean Fain, Hillary, Jill Biden, Joe Biden, all to come.
Mallory McMorrow.
Mallory McMorrow is awesome. Joseph, good evening.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
Fuck yeah, you are.
This is Project 2025.
I believe she came bursting onto the scene because of standing up for trans rights in the State House, right?
You are going to hear a lot
In the State Senate.
about what
Mallory McMorrow, Michigan State Senator.
900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted.
She's probably going to introduce Joe.
Putting it out on the internet for.
She'll probably have like 5 minutes to introduce Joe.
So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive
Got vision. Good evening.
in charge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
Ashley Biden is going to introduce Joe.
They're talking about replacing the entire federal government.
One of the attacks on Joe has been that
who answer only
he raped
to Donald
Ashley.
I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America.
Kinda is.
That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law.
Yeah, but Jill's pleasant enough. Jill's probably the best thing about Joe. Come on.
The government of the people, by the people.
Yes, we want Hunter's dick.
Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one
He's a
way
felon now.
and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November.
That does actually disqualify you from being in the House, doesn't it?
Tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
Trump only gets to run because it doesn't explicitly say that the president is disqualified if he's a felon. I assume the founders would have just thought, duh. But it could just be like a House rules thing and not in the Constitution. Well.
California delegates, make some noise! It's great to see so many familiar faces.
All around me are familiar faces.
And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you.
What congressman are you talking about?
Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So,
Okay, then it's a House rule then.
champion for the people when I see one.
Oh, I bet Kinzinger is speaking.
When she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away.
I mean, you guys have seen him kick Kinzinger and Santos and several others out for being felons.
Especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla
Sitting cow. Oh, so it's not an official rule.
running for president, she asked if she could be vice president.
Well, shit.
So, no disrespect to Governor Walz.
I learn something every day.
In first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common.
This is Senator Lafafonza Butler.
Black colleges.
She's the one occupying Dianne Feinstein's seat.
Me from Jackson State University.
He did not run to fill the seat.
The vice president
will be filled by Adam Schiff after November.
We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business.
After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, "Kamala Harris for the people." For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hard-working laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City.
God damn, did she fail to prosecute Mnuchin.
Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, Americans, we
I wonder if she regrets that.
better.
Probably doesn't even think about it.
Deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type.
I can't imagine what it's like to be in a position where you have life and death in the balance.
We deserve. That president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
Having that much power over people's lives, whether you can imprison them or not. Surely you have some reflection. Or you're a sociopath.
Everyone, I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona. That's right. That's where I was born and raised by a single...
We're excellent at compartmentalizing.
I was a free lunch kid, raised in public housing, and...
Because that's like my friends that do social work and shit. That's what they tell me they have to do.
Parenthood.
You have to put that to the side. Put work over here.
Because of...
Live normal life or you will go fucking crazy.
I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only
I wish she wasn't a boomer.
about himself. We need Kamala.
Learning that made me sad. Because I was certain she was Gen X.
A future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college. For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're gonna show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
But then again, she's a boomer the way I'm a millennial.
Performance is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
Jason Isbell. We're definitely staying on the countryside.
I'll call up all my friends and we'll go.
Excellent performer, though.
Beautiful, we'll have to build again. When I get home from work, I'll wrestle off my clothes and leave them right inside the front door. Nobody's home to know. You see the hammer finds the nail and the freight train.
That's probably what they were thinking.
Guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think, oh, why I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the work. And Sunday morning I'm
He's fucking amazing.
church. but I thank God for the world. I thank God for the world. When I get my reward, my work will all be done, and I will sit back.
This is Jason Isbell.
Beside the Father and the Son. With no more holes to fill.
He has a song about two gay coal miners. And it sent the right into a because like it won all kinds of awards and shit.
And the poor man's up for sale. I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think of why I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word. And every night I dream I'm drowning in the dirt. But I thank God for the word.
Mia Winch. What was the name of the other woman? She was really good, but she was singing. She was country.
Somebody.
Edwin McCain. He had like a hit in 90, 94, 95, 96, somewhere around there.
My hands are freezing.
You saw him with a Collective Soul and Hootie, right? That's that same time period.
I don't think of why I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word.
Yep, that makes total sense.
Sunday morning I'm too tired to go to church, but I thank God for the word.
Winch, you pretty much like all the big speakers are yet to come. And there hasn't really been anything overtly interesting happening. Mickey Guyton, or Guyton. She was an excellent singer. Yeah, AOC, Sean Fain, Jill Biden, Joe Biden, all yet to come.
Kamala Harris worked hard to achieve her goals.
Raised by a working mother, I had a summer job at McDonald's.
Donald Trump worked hard to spend his daddy's fortune.
Started the choir that did the national anthem.
When the middle
fucking rocked it.
America is strong.
And it had like, what would you call it, like a church, black church choir, a jazz. I don't know how you could. The more high-profile speakers are yet to come. How about that anonymously? That's what I meant.
Former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
What's up, Governor Raimondo?
Hello, Democrats.
Good night, Socialist Aunt.
It's a great honor for me to be here this evening.
Is the Commerce Secretary.
Before, I was the governor of Rhode Island.
Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack.
Growing up there in a middle-class family.
She's the Commerce Secretary, so I feel like we do not spare her from the boards.
In a watch factory in Providence.
I'll defer to you guys on that one.
That job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. You know,
we're getting C-SPAN calls after this.
my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed.
We'll see how late it is.
Strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, But frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed out, and people were left
But like, did it jump that the railing?
hope,
I don't know how it did that.
dignity that comes with a decent job. And you know, Republican economic policy failed.
Broke through the barrier. Damn.
How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst.
I feel like this is the start of their bigger names.
Mess. But we got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a
I mean, that's an interstate. It's
pro-worker agenda.
It might be because I don't know exactly which part of that road that's at. It's 65 at certain parts, but it's 70 in other parts.
Where the costs are low. And
After you get outside of the city,
an
it's 70.
economy where people can show up to their jobs with dignity
And if you're going the other way and you're crossing the line into North Carolina,
economic vision for America.
right before you get into North Carolina, it drops down to like 45. So it goes from 70 to 45, and you don't fucking know. You're still on an interstate. And those cops will fucking pull you because you're like, at 25 over is like reckless driving. It's a fucking speed trap.
And as an adult,
It's bullshit.
work to lock up sex offenders and violent criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets that so many Americans work so hard every day and they're barely getting by.
He works hard for the money.
Not right. It is a fundamental economic principle. Hard work ought to pay off. We believe in that.
Instead of money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut. She'll build 3 million new homes for the middle class. And she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free from monopolies. Monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency.
You know what communism means?
Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they
Who, Gina Raimondo? Is she going to the boards?
He wants another huge tax cut.
Oh, we're communists. Well, some of them are.
To put his corrupt
I'm probably not.
in charge of the economy.
I like some of their ideas.
Tax that's
Like
gonna
sending people that have more houses than Jimmy Carter to the boards.
Donald Trump's failed economic ideas.
Our butthole.
But here's the thing. The most important thing.
It's all pipes.
Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president,
That could be part of it, Flash.
Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone,
Do you guys remember the libertarian
can live.
that told me the story about being in a foreign airport
So let's put her in
and then he wouldn't show him his passport? And I was like, I hope they beat the fuck out of you. He is still, to this day, commenting on my Facebook.
I am a lifelong Republican, a former Trump voter,
and he's like,
and I will not be voting for Trump in 2024.
You want the police to assault innocent people. And I was like, no, just you specifically.
Trump voter. I will not be voting.
Good night, Sky Comment.
I'm actually embarrassed to say that I did vote for Trump in 2016. Donald Trump has nothing but contempt for the American.
I would be embarrassed to say I voted for Trump.
Who claim to be his.
I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't vote against Trump in 2016.
Did not do.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Trust that he can do the right thing anymore.
We've seen what Donald Trump really is, and it disgusts me to my core. I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks.
Gary Johnson did not need my vote.
Dishonest person.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered anything to change it.
That's women. Voting against Trump and for Kamala Harris is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Freedom. Smash, good evening.
Please welcome New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Stanley, you need a titty slap.
Hello, Democrats. Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm not a fan of Hochul. Yeah, everybody in the chat is like, fuck you, Kathy.
Grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers with nothing but hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies.
Stanley, the reason why is because we know what actually is going on in the country, and you guys don't. And, like, you don't have any plans or anything.
Man, good work at the steel plant. The steel plant that lifted my parents
You're probably going to come in here and tell me that
to the middle.
We need to drill more oil and be energy independent, right?
Community. They believed that with hard work,
fair enough, energy flow.
Better future, not just for them.
I like Hillary, all right. I just wish she hadn't been forced into that position.
Opportunity.
Soup.
I'm proud of my
with the raid. Welcome in.
Grit, determination.
Nothing but love for Soupy Poo.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same
Can someone shout him out for me?
And those values have always defined the people of my state.
Welcome in, Raiders. We're watching the Democratic National Convention.
Most of us, anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud.
I would have thought you were Maud here, Avalon.
He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had a...
I have my bowl ready. Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We cover the most absurd news, politics, and current events in the country. Did you just ask Soup if he was naked?
Trust me, America. If you think you're tired of...
Stanley, it's possible that your life could have been better under Trump. Because, like, I saw the data the other day, and I didn't realize it, like, wages for the, like, it's basically, hold on a second.
The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers.
Wages for, like, boomers and Gen Xers have like not gone up
Sick of it.
commensurate with inflation.
We had a fleet of Mar-a-Lago.
Millennials and Gen Zers, whoop, shot up
Trump hasn't
post 2020. So
lately.
I can understand that you feel like you're not doing any better.
34.
But I would say that
And that's
society has always benefited you. And now it's kind of, coming our way.
ever upward.
You're welcome, Stanley. You're welcome to go see my video that a dipshit tried to make the argument that Kamala isn't the rightful.
America isn't a luxury good.
Good night, Soup. Mwah.
Privilege.
Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack.
We just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But
I will lay out when we have
President Biden,
prominent speakers.
President Kamala
But I
Harris.
don't think anybody really cares what
Thank you, Kamala.
Kathy Hochul has to say. If you guys ever want me to lay out on anything,
The city of Syracuse.
let me know, and I'm talking
A
over.
company called Micron is building a $100
I
billion
try to not talk over, important shit.
with you.
I don't think the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, is important.
It's the largest private investment in American history.
But if you would like to hear what she has to say, let me know.
Create 50,000 good-paying jobs.
If you're new here, I would encourage you, please hit the follow button.
This administration.
Thank you, Incense. I'm glad you hate Hochul.
Investments in
So we'll make jokes and get high.
And as president,
Yeah, there we go.
Kamala Harris will
If
continue
you're new here, I've got all kinds of fun graphics.
economy for
I might tell you, to wash your ass.
my friends. History's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class.
Kathy Hochul needs a titty slap.
And together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
She riled up the crowd there, though. I mean, I gotta give her that on the enthusiasm.
Trying to rain on the thunder. Tell a storm
Oh God, Beyonce might get me a takedown.
I'ma march on the regular. Painted white flags blue.
What kind of America do we want? One where we're divided?
This is the song that
Come on.
Kamala Harris has been using.
Fascism, we conquered it. The moon, landed on it. The future, building it. Freedom, nobody loves it more. And we fight for it.
We have not conquered fascism.
Freedom from
We have slowly accepted it.
Take us back, but we are not going back.
Man. We go forward. That's American. And we need a leader who is for the people.
Ours is a fight for the future.
The Dems do a lot more friendly fascism, and more inclusive fascism.
And big drug cartels, holding Wall Street banks accountable.
A crime perpetrated against our
I give them that at least. You gotta give credit where credit is due.
And fighting for all of us.
It's true, Mox. You can say I'm rationalizing it, but I'm just trying to be a realist about everything.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
Yes, but Stanley, are you a Trump supporter? She did.
Do we believe?
She did go after businesses while she was AG.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we get Sean Fain and AOC. So you're saying you're a Trump supporter? He was not better on the economy. By every single metric you can tell me about the economy, things are better under Biden. Your immigration policy is fascist. To just kick people out of the country. Crime is lower now. See, that's what I'm saying, Stanley. Like, you believe bull.
Come on, man.
Hopefully he doesn't continue to do anything. Go home. And fucking, she might have a rally with Beyonce at some point in time. Well, her speech is Thursday. I'm surprised she came out tonight. Stanley, that's stupid. Like she's like not even a month into the campaign. A campaign that didn't exist.
Hello, Chicago.
She's been picking a vice president, has a convention.
From all across America, welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how was that for an opening act?
I didn't know she did a presser yesterday.
I'm just saying. Now, as our vice president just said, over the next 4 days,
I'd love to see her execute a rolling DDT.
Around the country, people from every walk of life to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story.
President Grant? Did President Grant come up?
To make
Are you shitting me?
The work of making good on the promise of America. A leader who understands the middle class.
Talking about Woodrow Wilson earlier.
A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself.
Oh, he played President Grant. Well, that makes more sense then, doesn't it?
Kamala Harris.
I don't know who he is. I've never seen him in anything.
Because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public service.
He looks like he's a foot, dude.
A message of optimism and opportunity.
The one with Whoopi Goldberg and shit.
And division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because
no, he's not as funny as Christopher Walken.
A cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can
sentient toe hair. God damn, so, that's a bird.
I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay.
You gotta admit, Cynthia Tohair was good.
You get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text Jordan.
Somebody hit me with that. I'm like
330 and get involved.
Excellent.
Because when we fight, what happens?
Can't be mad at you for that.
We win, and we are going to.
If you make me mad, or if you make me laugh while I'm mad,
we're going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
It's all over. I'll give you props. Like, all right, I respect you now. Can't be mad anymore. Oh shit! Is Michael Jordan speaking? What? You don't do politics.
9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024.
Oh, it's Steve Kerr.
Winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
That's a good move on the DNC, too.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This man's a fucking champion.
Thank you.
Representative Omar.
So fun to be
kicked ass the other day.
United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France.
Shit, how many championship rings this motherfucker got?
9 days ago,
as coach and player.
On Earth, 12 incredible American men came together to win Olympic gold.
Will you basketball people tell me?
And the next night, I was
Face pods.
Same building, watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing.
He was an amazing three throw shooter.
I cannot think
22 and a half. Are you serious?
What this country is all about than the way Team USA came together.
It was stacked, but he was the three shooter on it.
Our wonderful country. Players who have trained relentlessly.
Now I gotta look it up
shed
myself.
Tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life.
9 championships, 5 as a player and 4 as a coach.
Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here.
Well, he coaches Golden State. He's got Steph Kerr.
As a husband, a son,
Steph Curry, that's it. I'm not a basketball guy.
I believe in a certain kind of leadership.
And the Golden State team is stacked too, apparently.
Display dignity.
But I don't know nothing about basketball.
I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading.
I went up, dip one back.
I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people.
Oh, their season's over. They're getting ready to start another season, right?
In the courtroom, or
like in a couple months.
Inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2.
Get jokes.
Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen.
September.
The compassion, the
I should know that, shouldn't I, Media Winch?
Saw at the Olympics. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership. Real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more
September 10th.
That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Kerr. Also, I've started putting together the list of the Senate debates we're going to be having. October 9th is the Arizona Senate debate between Ruben Galeo and Carrie Lake. If Carrie Lake agrees, she's not agreed yet.
Those jobs coming back, and we're going to fill up those factories, so it's going to happen.
Maryland, we're going to do Angela also Brooks against Larry Hogan on October 10th.
And abandon Lordstown.
I'll have the finalized list by the end of the week.
Big change to go somewhere else.
In Florida, we don't know who is going to face Rick Scott yet.
Putting thousands of people out of work.
The primary is apparently like next week or the week after or something.
Communities.
All those jobs went away, and he did nothing. He did not do one thing for those workers there. He didn't.
Ooh, is this going to be Sean Fain coming up next?
False promises.
Absolutely, Michigan is having a debate.
I don't really want to.
I just didn't get there yet. I think it was the next one.
Changed. Instead of lies and broken
we're going to cover a debate in every Senate race. All of them. Every single Senate race. If there is a debate,
we'll continue to
we're going to watch it.
And get the job done. American workers deserve a fighter, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is.
And then I will also select a handful of governor's races.
Be ready to fight for it!
And House races. You're gonna need a bigger bong.
Please welcome United Auto Workers President Sean.
Also, the debates last time in 2020, I did really well in terms of viewers. So buckle up, it could be a lot of fun.
All right.
A man.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class.
Damn right.
On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on?
Damn right.
On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance.
Which side are you on is an old school Union song.
Who only serve themselves.
And always playing on Labor Day.
So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us.
Oh, Shelley, did you get an ad?
She's a fighter.
And on May 1st if I'm on. I don't think I was on May 1st this year.
And Donald Trump is
May Day.
Scab.
That's the International Workers' Day. I think it's purposeful. Fuck yeah, proletariat.
That's
Pingo Whitney.
That's a fact.
Hell yeah, talking about labor won Pingo Whitney over.
Is look at the Trump.
Welcome in.
When Donald Trump was
comrade,
corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs.
Oh God, we're going late tonight.
And
Jasmine Crockett.
Did nothing.
Jamie Raskin. Quality speakers.
Cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris.
Prometheus, good evening.
And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie.
Nellie!
Hot in here.
Did not strike me as a Nelly fan.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers.
I did earlier and it pissed me off because of the angle.
And corporate greed is alive and well.
Sorry, Winch.
Industry. You know,
I've been trying. I've
we achieved
said who they are.
Changing gains in our
Thank you very much.
Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here.
Did they deny him, Prometheus? We talked about this earlier. There's a challenge to him.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later,
there's somebody challenging his leadership in the Teamsters.
Wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And they're
going to oust him as president.
Stellantis must keep the promises they made to.
They might have. I don't know that they didn't, Flash.
Contract.
They weren't with all the unions earlier.
And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us.
Always stand with labor.
Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people.
They want demagogue.
On some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The rich think we're stupid. But working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone
that came from the rally that Trump had, where he had like union workers for Trump, and they were all hired.
Of the United States, Kamala Harris.
That's when they started calling him a scab.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it was at a non-union plant.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
AOC! AOC!
Thank you, Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you.
Here's one of your top fundraisers in the Democratic Party, if not the top.
Thank you, Chicago.
And still railroad. It is insane, Prometheus.
Harris and Tim.
And to be one of their top fundraisers. That's probably the only reason she has the profile she has.
Thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
Come on, man.
You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the...
Yeah, I want politicians that have lives that sound like the ones me and my friends have lived, and that's what it's like.
Miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris,
Good that ceasefire was said.
leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment
Apparently, they're also having
to working families.
a panel on
In Chicago, we
Palestinian rights.
because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people. All people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that
Apparently, Reverend Jesse Jackson has Parkinson's, diagnosed in 2017.
Let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Yeah, they brought him out earlier. He got an ovation.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like...
I mean, it's what it's good for the DNC holiday.
But Chicago...
This is exactly what they want.
Just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, We will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
Yeah, they gave Miss Flowers, as the kids would say earlier.
Send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
For the people.
Because of you.
I did it for the rock.
Trying to afford rent.
Did it for the people.
Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities.
I'm the one who knocks.
Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th. We will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
I feel like they wanted to chat. I mean, they wanted to chant, and she wouldn't let them. For today's lurker love of the day, Raptor Blue.
That AOC.
Just shouting you out, showing you some love. We appreciate having you here. You don't have to say anything.
So Kamala Harris's story,
this little thing we do,
begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay.
I, for a while, figured she would be the first woman president.
Above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people look.
But it looks like we're going to get one this fall.
With a mother.
Well, technically in January.
The core principles that have defined her life in public service.
Wait a minute, is this guy like the host now?
That made her the leader she is today.
Oh, is this Hillary? What?
The neighborhood we grew up in was a very hard-working, middle-class, tight-knit community. Families going to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard.
God, we're totally going long tonight.
Blue matching bikes with banana seats, and we were surrounded by.
It'll be after midnight.
This neighborhood on Bancroft Way, we've spent so much time.
But who's counting, right? Not like I'm over here.
Began. Her mom, Shamala, rented the apartment that was above
Shamala
nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls.
Shamala was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but she loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
How awesome is it that Hillary is speaking at this?
Her best friend,
which is the coronation of the woman who will actually be
something.
Hopefully, the first woman president.
On the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some.
I love it.
Art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion, and I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend.
Is this the general?
Was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us, and Mommy said, of course.
Dix, good evening.
She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks.
That 80s haircut.
She's been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Please welcome Stacey Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
Oh no, Hillary is not proud. Hillary is totally seething.
Good evening. I'm Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson.
I mean, not to act like I know her, but I know well enough that she's absolutely seething.
With you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long...
She's a bitter, bitter woman.
We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects.
Bill speaks on like Wednesday.
We were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head.
The way she said that, a rock or something.
To come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone to stand up for what's
Halloween.
Take up for the underdog.
The Night of the Dead.
To bullies.
Halloween Eve, whichever it is.
I have seen at times
the Day of the Dead.
Whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation, she fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm like making a bitter stereotype about like a woman. Specifically, Hillary. Oh, it's the day after Halloween. Okay, I'm sorry. It is specific. Hillary is a bitter woman.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Oh, speak of the devil. And she comes out to Katy Perry. Hillary, read the room. Katy Perry, totally not cool right now. But I think that was her song for her campaign in 2016.
Thank you.
Or are you a Democrat? I wouldn't doubt you vote for Trump.
Thank you so much. You know,
Oh yeah, Media Winch. No. Like every step of that new album has been a PR nightmare. Katy Perry's so not cool right now. And that first song was produced by Dr. Luke. And it's all about women empowerment.
wow.
And it's got like this ditzy ass video and shit.
A lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something
Well, there is a new album, and it's been a disaster.
America. You can feel it.
Pokemon Go the fuck back off stage.
For a long time.
I love the hatred from you guys. People left.
President Biden.
I mean, I don't want you to leave. I just love that there's so much disdain for this woman.
He has been.
That's true, Shelley. She's both a horrible person and also has been maligned with an unfair smear campaign. Both things can be true.
And he showed what it means to be a true patriot.
Vinny, good evening.
Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
Vinny Linguini Lamborghini. Fucking love it, man.
And now we are right.
There have been a lot of like horrendous, unfair attacks against her.
You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago.
But she also does herself no favors.
That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature
It would be Tennessee.
until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give up.
Yeah, she totally didn't drag bodies to the park. There's not a Clinton hit list or whatever.
Has carried the torch.
It doesn't smell like sulfur.
In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm
In what way is she a killer? Is she a killer in the sense that she committed war crimes as Secretary of State with a drone program? Absolutely. Is she a killer because she killed Vince Vaughn?
dream bigger.
Wait a minute, no, that's not Vince Vaughn. Vince Foster?
Of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last.
She did not kill Vince Foster.
In 1984.
You got to be precise with your language here.
Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this.
Vince Vaughn is the dude that's way better in comedy than he is in drama.
And then,
but for some reason keeps doing dramas.
when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
She didn't kill Vince Vaughn or Big and Rich.
And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And after afterwards,
Mama, good evening.
refused to give up on America.
He's going to lose it a third time for sure.
He ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
He's great in comedy, Torchy. He's horrible in dramas. Don't watch that True Detective season. God, it's horrible.
Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry.
I know, she doesn't deserve the fist.
Going.
I've threw out too many unwarranted fists.
Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives.
Yep, that's the main reason.
Afford child care.
He just wasn't Hillary.
To pay the rent. They're all asking us to keep going.
Rent's too goddamn high.
So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
Thanks, Mox. You got to it before me. Absolutely a loud dirtbag. What the hell? The auto mod on dirtbag.
The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers.
Brother, if you think losing by 3 million votes is crushing her,
that kind of work.
He's bitter.
A person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family
Trump
she
crushed
helped,
her is just,
every
you're
community
delusional.
she served. So as president, she will always have our backs.
Buddy, I just put you down, please.
And she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers.
Biden absolutely crushed Trump in 2020.
She will never rest in defense.
That was a historic margin.
Safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president.
Sure it does. It means more people voted for one of the candidates. You want to live in a system where the person that gets less votes gets elected. It's fucking stupid. You're stupid.
Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
Hell yeah, Shelley. That's awesome. Once again, I said it's an inspirational story. And she's historic for more than one reason, and that's awesome. I love it. Hillary herself snuck into Epstein's cell. She cut the feed to the camera and everything.
Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you,
Thank you, Flash.
as Commander-in-Chief,
Crushed.
Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans.
Trump's been to the island, you dipshit.
She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect.
I mean, I have it handy from the other night.
Enemies, foreign and domestic.
Somewhere.
Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates.
Oh, here it is.
Cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court,
Joey, good evening.
Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never.
We've got the testimony.
So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala.
The deposition has been released.
He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does.
But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say,
fuck Bill Clinton. We don't give a shit about him.
We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for
Trump went to the island, dipshit.
Fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us. Our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put
Shelley is correct.
Cracks in the highest.
You probably hear that a lot in your life, don't you, Shelley?
And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families.
The trail of tears.
The freedom to work with dignity and prosper. To worship as we choose or
Woodrow Wilson?
To speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption.
Buddy, you're the one crying in my chat right now.
Our children
Suck it up, Buttercup.
say, in America, you can
You're
go
like pre-coping.
as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris.
It's almost over, I swear.
And taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Yes, Harris has actually proposed to raise the corporate taxes back up to 28%. They were 35%. I don't know why we couldn't go up to that.
Falls for one of us, it falls. It falls.
But I'll take it.
Clears
I'll take
the way
28%.
for all of us. So for the next 78 days, We need to work harder than we ever have.
Wouldn't you say Woodrow Wilson was pretty bad?
The dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your
Trump is worse than Woodrow Wilson?
Be proud champions for the truth.
Because he was a virulent racist.
All love.
And you can chalk up, 30% of the responsibility for World War II.
I want
the actions post World War I
and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when
it is like potato.
This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
I just don't know of any virtues to Woodrow Wilson. BT. Good evening. Wait, is this still Katy Perry?
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So
probably the income tax.
Checking. Are you ready to join this?
Federal income tax was probably under.
Okay.
Was that at the same time as the Federal Reserve?
So I want you to text JOIN to 30330.
It was the Reserve a few years later.
Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like?
Yeah, but one of the ex-presidents I wish wasn't there. Like Bill can go fuck himself.
Attorney General of California.
Obama's all right to speak.
Had devastated America.
Pull Carter's ass up there.
And the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes.
Glad to have you back, Prometheus. I'm sorry, I was cracking jokes and shit.
Secured a $20 billion settlement for California families.
Yeah, none of the bands are sending cease and desist for music used at the DNC.
And that is...
Carter probably is more cogent than Biden. Last I heard, he was excited. He's going to stay alive long enough to vote for Harris for president.
Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Not a big fan of Clyburn.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening.
Kind of like you bossing me around, Snick.
Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis.
Yeah, we wouldn't have Biden, we'd have Bernie.
Looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit.
They've had Jason Isbell and
Kamala.
God, I forgot her name again.
Of prescription drugs, repaired roads.
I feel so disrespectful of her. She was good.
Lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan,
I think they'll top Hulk Hogan.
It's bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude.
They can pull out Mick Foley. Mick Foley would speak at the DNC.
Grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
They wouldn't let Jesse Ventura too far left for the DNC, but he has endorsed Harris.
In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them.
I think they're holding off on Beyonce. They'll have a rally with Beyonce in the fall.
With Kamala, her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is your...
Okay, so you're going to pass on Trump because Ted Nugent and Kid Rock and Scott Baio.
Senator and vice president who gets
John Voight.
Done.
The dude that writes Dilbert, James Woods.
While Donald
I'll support Trump.
Bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the restoration of reproductive.
Yeah, Rob Schneider.
While Trump.
Roseanne Barr. Yeah, we can go on and on.
And it's billion.
Yeah, Flash. They might break an Obama record.
To lower costs for all Americans.
Because of Beyonce. And that's coming.
Falsely.
And boy, if Taylor Swift does a rally for her.
25, which in my opinion.
Yeah, fuck James Woods.
2.0.
Kevin Sorbo, yeah, Hercules.
Has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good.
Trump literally is a celebrity. That's how he became president.
Guidance.
Right wingers are fucking morons.
Informs. We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken.
Yeah, Xena was better.
But not destroyed.
Lucy Liu was cool.
Democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve.
Highlander was the best syndicated, fantasy show.
And justice for all will not.
Oh, yeah, Lucy Lawless. I'm sorry. Lucy Lawless was awesome. Lucy Liu was cool, but Lucy Lawless is who I was thinking of.
United in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve.
Yeah, fucking Highlander was amazing.
Harris,
you goddamn right she is, Flash.
President and Vice President of these United States of America. Thank you. And
I love that everybody's like, oh my God, I loved Highlander. I've never seen the movies, but the TV show is so fucking good. I am immortal.
The people are represented by two.
I have inside me blood of kings, yeah.
Who investigate crime, and the district attorneys who.
And they got a theme song by Queen.
Story of Donald Trump. His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law.
Never was Renegade.
Hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage.
This is a Law and Order episode?
Time and time again.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Wait, is that the dude from Law and Order?
34 felony counts. For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a...
He has a penchant through SAG-AFTRA? Fuck this dude.
Donald Trump. He tried overturning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find
11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy.
Well, like,
Have a bloodbath if he
being a felon is not necessarily
to render our own verdict on Donald Trump.
a smite against
The jury he most
In most cases it is, but I will point you to Eugene V. Debs,
justice
who literally ran for president from jail
keeps America
and absolutely deserved everyone's vote.
Please welcome Maryland
So it's all in context.
Jamie Raskin.
Motherfucking Raskin, looking good, dude. Not my favorite congressperson, but glad he's recovering from cancer.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention.
It is the United Center, where the Bulls play.
Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Now, I've heard about that.
We meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat
Now, Prometheus, you are saying that to a very Jewish man.
Now, we fight.
I don't exactly know what his position is.
To defend our freedom and our democracy.
I think a soft Zionist, probably.
Who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
Like Mussolini.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the
Fair enough, Prometheus.
On January.
Yo, good evening.
Or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers.
I think he is, isn't he?
And attacked. 140 of them.
I'm pretty sure he wears that yarmulke a lot.
Extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come.
He's Jewish.
After Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes.
Flash.
Joe Biden.
I didn't want to say it.
It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
I had someone get really pissed off at me back in, I think it was 2016. This little girl went up to Bernie Sanders, and she was so excited to tell him that she was Jewish too. And I was like, she knows, honey, she knows. I mean, he knows, honey, he knows. Because, like, the hair.
It
was mean.
That the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution.
I'm trying to curb myself.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
What do you mean this, Prometheus? What is this?
Pence has now joined more than
Sorry.
officials.
I really need to stop talking about race and ethnicities and shit. I get myself in trouble. Cancel Justin.
The first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but JD's a made man. Peter Thiel will have Trump taken out.
Georgia, Nevada, Arizona.
Oh, he's totally going to blame Vance for the loss.
Are we going to go back?
But that ain't going to make Daddy Peter Thiel
election
happy.
Suppression and violent insurrection?
Mox, you can't believe they're going to have Kinzinger speak. Really, Mox, you can't believe they're going to have Kinzinger speak. Sorry to bust your balls there.
We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after
the Democrats we're talking about here.
Trump calls it the Republicans, 10 Republicans.
If Mike Pence would endorse Harris, they'd have him be like fucking
high crime
front and center 3 nights.
By a president inciting insurrection against our own Constitution.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have H.R. McMaster or somebody else like that.
And violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to
I like Raskin too. He's not my favorite though.
Criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those
I can't.
Constitution.
Why him specifically? I mean, he's got some bad fucking views.
Terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity.
But you're gearing up for an election, aren't you, Prometheus?
We're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump.
I mean, your level for impression, Mox. Or impressing you, like it's a high bar, you know?
Man and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, Raskin's had several really hard years.
Let's make it a landslide so big.
He's been a trooper.
Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Seriously, Joey, he looks so much better. I'm glad he's recovering from cancer well. I looked it up last time, and he was in remission. I don't know if it's like...
Please welcome Texas Representative.
There's been any updates since then. Hell yeah, Jasmine Crockett. Libertad, good evening.
Well, good evening, America!
Hello, Congresswoman. Congresswoman Crockett.
On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we?
Throwing that shade.
McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked.
Yeah, I think she's gonna go places.
The people.
She'll probably be a senator in a few years.
Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong.
So will AOC. AOC is probably gonna take that Chuck E. Schumer seat.
Known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all. He's on
Texas goes blue in the decade.
himself.
Crockett be the perfect one to turn it blue.
He is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now,
This may be the woman that finally shows Ted Cruz the door.
the death penalty.
Ted Cruz also kind of close in this race this year.
Our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model.
If they're not getting attention, they fuck off, Prometheus.
And MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home. Critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill.
I think it's even like it's me if I don't pay attention to them.
While he's an American. America, looking at the 2 choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump?
Jasmine Crockett.
Or Kamala Harris?
Walter, good evening. So I'm just a dim, huh?
Resume.
What does that mean?
Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate.
I'm a demon?
While he
Possibly.
national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th Kamala Harris is
I'm actually not. I'm a lover.
America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election,
I apparently fuck people like I'm madly in love with them.
don't make a mistake.
And then disassociate after I come.
In this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one
Lady B, good evening.
and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender.
Fuck yeah.
I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one.
Oh shit, Paradigm Ship was gonna hop in with me.
Prosecutor we long for in the cases.
Sorry, brother, we're doing the DNC. I totally would let you in, but I haven't ever played with that feature on Twitch.
She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams.
Joey, she's older than I am. I thought it was crazy.
Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she
This
genuinely
is Representative Jasmine Crockett.
She sees each person as
Yeah, we looked it up and I was shocked. I figured she was like early 30s.
She stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say. I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume.
43.
Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision.
She's just a couple of years older than me.
Couldn't elect a speaker, and the oversight committee was unhinged. I was going through all.
Yeah, she's Gen X.
When I visited the vice president's residence for the first time.
I would have thought she was, you know, an elder Z or a young millennial.
She turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met. But she
the fuck are you talking about, Walter?
She saw the distress.
Buying what stuff?
Crying.
Like, dude, come in and chill with us. We're having a conversation here, and you're like, are you buying this stuff?
The most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
Hey, this ain't Target. We ain't buying shit.
It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, you are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I.
Yeah, I'm a political streamer. I'm watching the DNC convention. I watched the Libertarian convention. I watched the Republican convention. Are you dumb?
The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come.
Because I'm entertaining Prometheus.
Republicans with a dose of their own.
U.S. politics is fascinating because it's a shit show.
That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
Ooh, why you sucking up to me? Oh yeah, the billionaire.
The question before.
The billionaires for me, not the people that grew up like I did. You're a dumb fuck.
Violate voters' vision.
By the way, the billionaire, grifter, Oregon gal. Good evening. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
Reparations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Congresswoman Crockett. I cannot wait to see what you accomplish. Amazing woman.
This is one of our willow boxes. This was the outfit that she was gonna maybe wear home from the hospital. Here's her little... the blanket that she was in.
This is the one born without kidneys, the one born without a skull.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated.
There are so many heartbreaking stories.
I was punished for 3 days having to wait for either my baby to die or me to die, or both. I was stuck in this horrific hell of both wanting to hear her heartbeat and also hoping I wouldn't.
There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
I almost died because doctors were forced to follow Trump's abortion ban. Kamala will protect a woman's right to choose.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
I have so much faith in her.
And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
We have to fight for Kamala Harris. Our rights, our freedoms, and frankly, our lives. Everything is on the line.
When you're expecting a baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting.
Hello.
This is about fighting for our family.
Why'd you make me do that?
Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute
losing your child and
restricting birth
coming close to dying yourself is pretty dramatic.
We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Brother, if you find it hilarious that someone lost their child, you're just a monster. And you're the reason why normal people are repulsed by the Republican Party. You can go fuck yourself.
We're expecting our second child. Our daughter Lauren couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better.
Oh, Thur, good evening.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Hasn't broken any rules, Lady B.
I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
Things he says are repulsive, but...
That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans.
Mr. Sprunk, you know what the fuck they mean. You know what they're talking about.
Is so
Stop getting pedantic. It's stupid.
Child having to carry her parents' child. There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you.
All I'm suggesting is that you know what the fuck they're talking about, and you're being pedantic, and it's stupid.
To restore the right to an abortion.
This is a campaign, and they're running against Trump. So they're labeling it Trump's abortion ban as a campaign tactic. Understand why they're doing it.
For her.
Even though it's not technically true, it is absolutely true, and you know exactly what they're talking about. The fucking American people read it like a fucking 5th grade level.
A leader whose
They don't have time to come out here and explain the minutia of how laws work. Trump abortion ban is a bumper sticker. Now do you understand? So shut the fuck up about it. Rude Cat, good evening. Biden banned abortion. How did Biden ban abortion? This is Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. If you're asking why not be honest, why don't you pose that question to the Republican Party, which lies about fucking everything?
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met.
Get him, geezer. This was my pick to be VP.
The courage it takes to
I'm very happy with Walls.
To share.
Good evening, Thread.
Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
Well, in Thread, there's only one thing to do.
November,
light one up and tip one back.
Them again.
I think you're right, Mox.
Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom.
But I made a damn good argument for Beshear.
Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights.
You know, Grigio. Hell yeah, Lenny.
J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent
That's too classy for this chat.
pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong.
Are you mixing it with anything?
And a woman grieving.
I couldn't take straight Evan Williams.
Shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound.
Need some coke.
All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions.
Coca-Cola.
Freedom over their own body.
To be clear.
Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are.
Lenny, I'm imagining you as
that I am to love my neighbor.
the Nick Offerman character from Last of Us now.
The Samaritan says we are
You're all rugged,
each other's
but you knew what wine to pair with rabbit.
Republican, independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here.
Yeah, I thought the color thing was for
In America,
women's purses and tops.
values,
I thought for wine it was what you're eating.
and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans.
Walter, would you care to elaborate on the shit you're saying
Kamala Harris
instead of just making random comments?
Called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win.
The color of what, Gigio?
And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I hope he gets a cabinet position. See, she really likes him too. Apparently in the interview, Tim Walz just knocked everybody's socks off. And Josh Shapiro, apparently came in and everybody was completely turned off by him.
Warnock.
Hell, it's Senator Warnock. I forgot all about you being on here. Reverend Warnock is a pretty good speaker. He is in his second term, so he's got 1, 2, 3 more years. I don't remember when he ran.
America. Thank you so very much.
Walter, you still didn't say anything, you stupid fuck. You didn't give supporting evidence for what you're claiming.
The people of Georgia did an amazing thing.
A lot of people look at the R word as a slur, Walter.
A black kid who grew up in public housing.
Do you know any children with any mental handicaps?
To the United
any disabilities?
In one fell swoop. And among those Georgians,
Crude Cat, are you aware that crime is at historical low levels?
82-year-old mother She grew up in Waycross, Georgia.
Walter, are you dumb or do you think we're dumb?
It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's...
I've been to Waycross. It's a swamp, and it's a scary place.
Tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden.
Buddy, a lot of kids get teased with that word, so people have stopped using it in their vocabulary.
Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small...
Makes you look uncouth.
Together we set out...
Low intellect. Makes you look retarded.
The land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic.
Right-wingers are fucking morons.
And beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by a big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land?
Speaking of which, everyone needs to check their voter registration.
So here we are, America. Are you ready?
Confirm your voter registration.
Are you ready to
make sure your driver's license matches the address
best in the American country
you're voting at?
Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are
the
generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the
well, I had the site bookmarked.
And the peril.
I was going to do a whole segment on it.
A nation that embraces. A nation that embraces.
The good Reverend reminded me.
Some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th.
Even you, Walter, make sure you're registered.
People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how.
Go vote for RFK.
He wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with
vote for him twice. Vote for RFK twice.
holding the Bible.
Vote once for RFK and vote for another time for Trump. Do both of them just to be sure.
And endorsing a Bible as
really stick it to the Democrats.
Endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Vote for Chase Oliver then. I don't give a shit. Vote Mickey Mouse and vote down ballot in your local elections. Just get involved, motherfucker. Don't sit on your ass.
The American covenant.
Don't give a shit who you vote for president.
Many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first.
Oh, come on, you deserve a titty slap for that.
Come on now. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I tell you what, if you elect if the Democrats win the Senate and the House and the presidency, all we'll do is bitch about Democrats. It'll be all we've got a chance to do. And it would be wonderful. I would love that.
Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors.
You don't think Massachusetts is in play, though, do you, Lenny?
Everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, boosted American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election?
Yeah, that was the problem, was there was no enthusiasm for Biden.
Kamala Harris.
And without enthusiasm, the Democrats would have lost 1, 2, 3% of support. And that would have been enough to beat Trump. Unfortunately, even absent the switch, I believe that Joe Biden would have gotten more votes than Donald Trump. But it might not have been enough in the right states in order to win the Electoral College.
We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room.
Goddamn right. I am voting for Kamala Harris.
Forward on worker rights. Because most people...
I made a big deal.
They just want to share in the prosperity that they are...
About saying when I was voting for Biden in 2020.
On affordable housing and access to health care.
I stayed coy about it until...
Forward!
Probably around the convention. I've been very open about like I'd vote for Harris.
And so I'm inspired tonight.
And then Tim Walz, that totally sealed the deal. Not only am I voting for Harris, I'm enthusiastic about it.
American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic.
Now, some in my chat will call me a lib for that.
That are trying to
I'll wear it as a badge of honor.
By the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man.
You want leftist policy, you got to move that Overton window.
old broken cars.
That ain't why. It's because I'm an institutionalist, that's why.
But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them...
You goddamn shit lib. Joey, that's encouraging. And like, Harris is fun. She's a breath of fresh air.
Strength in the broken places. A power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced
the two choices was, you know, nice enough,
I'm convinced,
but like not all there, old man, and crazy ass, racist, fucking lunatic old man, and that turned a lot of people off.
And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how.
Yeah, now people see like a normal person that laughs and makes jokes and dances.
In the health of my neighbor.
That's all it's gonna take.
Also, her health care is good.
And I think that's why the right wing is flailing right now. They're like, where's her policy? Why isn't she doing press conferences? No, the fact that she just looks happy and Tim Walz looks happy and they're normal people that led normal lives and they react normally to things. That's the most appealing thing about them.
Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians.
Absolutely right, Joey.
In the Congo.
The people that are voting on policy, the people that are aware enough in elections to vote on policy have already made up their minds. They're not winnable.
Children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together.
Walter, explain how you feel I'm not a serious person. You can't just assert things as true and expect people to accept them. Because to everyone else in this chat, I sounded perfectly lucid and made a succinct point. And if you think I'm not a very serious person, then my point went over your fucking head and you're a complete dipshit. Daddy, good evening. What the fuck are you talking about? The left is trying to sucker. Who's trying to sucker people?
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago.
Explain yourselves.
In the room tonight.
Senator Chris Coons of Delaware.
Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We're on
the edge of glory.
Election, and I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about
the gay agenda.
President
I can't
Joe Biden.
wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob.
Joe Biden's mom had
then
a saying.
I want you inside.
You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination.
You get a titty slap for that.
Soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on...
Hell yeah, Avalon. Excellent point.
All of this, because...
But to be fair, I kind of checked out during Hillary.
Former president had knocked us down.
No, I don't think Kid Rock or Hulk Hogan are watching
Joe
this.
Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith...
Maybe they're more politically engaged than I give them credit for, but I doubt it.
Our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down...
The fucking masochists are watching this shit.
And again, Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people.
They could be hate watchers, that's possible.
And Joe Biden helped us get back up again. using the incredible skills he developed.
Hey, I will give Kid Rock credit.
Joe got
He kept his ticket prices down and fought Ticketmaster
legislation
in like, I think it was 2007, 2008 kind of time.
helping
I will give him credit for that. Also, I've seen him in concert.
cutting prescription drug prices.
I get knocked down and I get up again.
Rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not the top down. And they made our families safer and our country.
Joe and Kamala sounds like some kind of buddy cop show.
Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy.
I was pretending that was a Kid Rock song.
Incredible first.
Oh, Chumbawamba. Oh.
Our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden. Our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
Oh, I wish I had him.
Was at Joe's side every step of the way.
They gave out Jill signs. That's cringe.
Advancing the cancer moonshot.
It's also a waste of fucking money.
Women's health care. Honoring military families. Joe and Jill together, you have done so much for us. And there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you.
I did a whole video with a dipshit right-winger the other day. It's on my YouTube. It's the last of the clips I've done. Go watch it.
Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle
Is
class.
Swinging with Raymond by Kid Rock?
Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor.
Wouldn't it be Swinging with Robert? Oh, he really doesn't like me, Shelley.
I have hope. Do you? I have hope.
I might be able to get him on, but like,
And it is in no small
he really doesn't like me now.
because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate
I've been really hard on him on Twitter.
I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith.
Well, it's a
and
communist
delivered
anthem.
So much for the future of
Vinny,
so many
thank you for the resub.
Mr. President, Mr. President, you were my...
I didn't know they were a communist band.
You are my president as an American, and you will always be my...
I did say hard on.
On behalf of our nation...
I think I said hard on. I'll take your word for it.
You live in sexual
fighting for our
anarchy.
democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you.
I'm so glad you have fun hanging out here.
And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you.
Curiouser, who knows me in real life,
We love
has had, who is my ex-girlfriend, by the way. Not only knows me in real life, is my ex-girlfriend. Has heard me yell at people enough,
Joe. God bless you, and thank you very
so
much.
doesn't stay very long when she comes in. And you'll usually see her at like the end of the show, at the more bullshit, celebrity-oriented stuff. Papa!
Hi.
Papa Espinoza. Good evening, my friend.
I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep.
Curiouser is my ex-girlfriend, yes.
President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating.
One time we went to and we have been to several concerts together. One time we went to a concert, and this dude had a cowboy hat on, and he was like a big buff guy too. And I stopped him, and I was like, "Hey, did that hat come with a dick in your mouth?" and she about flipped out on me. Because like he almost like, I guess he didn't register like what I had said to him.
Introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
And he kind of just like, and she was like, that dude could have kicked your ass. Jill.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
I mean, at one time, I'd even floated the idea of trading Biden out for Jill. I'm sorry, Joe out for Jill. She gets the Fat Boy Slim.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And she looks snazzy.
Too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are...
That's what Ozenpeck did to Trump, indeed.
All over again.
Fat Boy Slim.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is...
To be fair, Joe could be screaming at the clouds right now for all we know.
Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm...
Because the First Ladies always speak. Have you ever watched one of these conventions?
Of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul,
I wonder if she's still upset.
Seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise.
Trump almost got pushed out after the
Kamala Harris
Access Hollywood tape.
Too.
There was a moment in time they considered it.
Our son, Beau, first worked with...
They should have done that.
...when he was Attorney General of Delaware.
It would have saved the Republican Party for all the people that have been pushed out since.
He told me at the dinner table one night, Mom, she's special. Someone...
Okay, Papa, if you think that you're in a chat that might lean Democrat, why wouldn't you ask them?
We have seen her courage.
Are you excited about Kamala?
And her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win.
Yippers.
And you are...
Walter, man, you're just saying dumb shit.
We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves.
Like, I don't remember last week, but like,
the future of our
what does that mean? Democrats don't remember last week.
in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter
Oh my God, Papa, that kind of shit will get you banned.
we will
There's no evidence she banged her way to the top.
together. Thank you.
That's stupid. And it's a very odd accusation coming from a dude that paid off a porn star. Cheated on all his wives.
Please welcome first.
Walter, the people in this chat are like anarchists and communists and shit. They aren't Democrats. You're not a smart person.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's
This is Ashley Biden.
8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform.
We remember the 5th of November as well.
Doors open.
Thread.
And Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run
good
to the
one.
platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake. They sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day.
Papa, don't just come in here calling people witch.
Of being Joe.
I'm totally cool with making jokes. But they have to be good. You gotta make good jokes.
Joe,
if it's just rank misogyny for the sake of rank misogyny, then you're gonna get booted.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the...
Walter, you realize you sound like a complete dumb fuck, right? You don't realize it.
And he wasn't just a girl
That's
dad.
the problem.
I could see...
Warlord, have you woke up?
I could see that he valued...
Are you up for the morning? Are you having your beans on toast? With your Earl Grey tea?
How he believed in his sister. And most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there doing everything.
You got here just in time for Joe Biden. This is
To her.
Joe's daughter, Ashley Biden.
You always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the light.
It is tough times for them.
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president.
That's what I was thinking, Nanochondria.
Also, that dad who literally set up.
Like, I would think you'd want Joe as early in the evening as you can.
Around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess.
I'm not calling you a dumb fuck because you're not a dim.
And
I'm calling you a dumb fuck because you're just saying nonsense.
Before he walked me down the aisle, he told
Another
me
comment that was nonsense.
that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend.
Lenny, my friend, like, she's probably 50.
His example in service inspired my career.
55?
In Philadelphia.
Think about how old Joe Biden is. How old do you think he was when he had her?
As they heal from past trauma and they reclaim.
I just fucking Googled Ashley.
Dad always told me.
That's not gonna get me anywhere.
Better.
Oh, she's 43. I'm sorry, Ashley.
Better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life.
Oh, good night, Warlord.
When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility.
She has predominantly stayed out of the public eye, Smash.
Ever in history.
Absolutely call her mommy. She's my age.
And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your
We absolutely will, Warlord.
your opportunities.
Talk to Walter in the chat. Walter's on your side, I think.
Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad,
He's got 3 kids, Hunter, Bo,
step out of
and
his
Ashley.
pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us.
We want them to take us back. Warlord, can the British invade us? Take us back.
It says,
we won't be a colony again.
A reminder to myself.
Oh, had 3 kids. I'm sorry, Avalon.
Get back
Oh, fair enough, because you're fed, Flash.
Always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart.
I will. I'll bow to the king for healthcare.
And maybe even the world. And now, this election requires.
I think Flash is, to be honest with you. I figured it out earlier.
In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024.
Well, Walter, are you planning on or have you ever voted for Donald Trump?
So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime, our freedom, our democracy.
The fight of my lifetime was the fight for the right to party.
All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way.
I don't believe you.
And now, I would like to introduce my father.
Or do you just not vote? Are you not even voting in elections?
Joe Biden.
Probably not even registered. Why even in here talking about politics? Me higher. Hold on, I'm gonna go tinkle real fast or get high for Joe. I would assume it's going to be short, but also this is one of the last big high-profile moments of his presidency.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I would say he probably goes about 20 minutes. Yeah, Shelly. That's about it. A good summation. Grateful that Joe stepped down. Grateful to have him after the Trump nightmare. Not my first, second, or third choice, but he was all right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Surprisingly good on labor and antitrust. Surprisingly bad on foreign affairs. Does that sum things up?
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good.
That was my daughter.
Probably, okay, so with Ukraine, probably didn't go far enough. If you were going to support Ukraine, you kind of need to go all the way. But overall, did the right thing, I think. We seem to just have, we want to grind them down. They've accomplished their goal of grinding Russia down and
I tell you what,
depleting their military. And that there is some of being on the whole of NATO, but also the U.S. kind of, you know, we run the NATO as well.
To my dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill.
I thought you meant the country.
Well, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
No gods love me.
She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom.
Aw, I bet he does.
No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
He's still giving her some dick, isn't he?
My dad.
That's what he's trying to say. She still makes me horny. She is not a bad-looking woman.
He used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end.
Joey.
I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you,
You live in
Are you ready to
sexual
vote for
anarchy.
freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats.
If you're not aware with the maneuverings,
Nearly 4 years ago,
apparently the donors wanted to have an open primary
step to the
and try to force somebody else on us.
I read
Joe endorsed Kamala, and I think that was the right move.
to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded.
And her campaign has been off to a fantastic start.
Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. What I knew then,
Light one up, tip one back.
that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand.
It was gutsy, but it had to be done. He wanted to
I
run.
told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility.
Motherfucker still thinks he could win the election.
Of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Historic joblessness. A call for racial justice long overdue. Clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you.
And Nancy Pelosi was one of the ones that made it happen.
And I believe now that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before.
Oh, fuck, I wish I'd seen Lenny's stream.
We're facing an inflection point.
I was totally trying to get work done before the
when the decisions we make
PNC
now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally.
Count Lenny out for me.
For the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile.
Jews will not replace us.
Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, Joe's prone to exaggerating. That all happened. I saw
As
it.
an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America.
Yeah, I can show you those pictures.
Old ghosts and new garments. Stirring up the oldest divisions. Stoking the oldest fears.
giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me.
The TV were just
When the
funny.
president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said.
He did.
That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran.
Still wish you would have ran in 2016 instead.
I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America
Nancy getting ready to go to the ball over here.
that all of us are created equal is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million.
He would never pick Sanders.
More than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined.
I'm trying to think what the 2016 field looked like. But there was nobody else, was it? There's like
Against hate and violence and all its
Mike
forms.
Maloney or some shit like that. Bernie and Hillary, that's all there were in that primary.
Thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one.
Oh, I'm sure he's pissed.
No one behind.
Yeah, they cleared the lane for Hillary.
We profess to be.
That probably worked out best for Bernie.
Ran.
Or it probably worked out worse for Bernie.
The middle class.
If Joe had ran, other people probably would have won. Or other people probably would have run.
I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
I have not seen the worm, and that is not a worm that I would drink.
And because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period.
Light one up, tip one back. You're gonna miss something hilarious. C-SPAN calls.
Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction.
You and me both, brother?
More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history.
It's a shame that not everyone has it.
As a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare.
It was what's her name earlier?
Drug prices. We finally beat Big Pharma.
Why do I always forget her name?
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote. Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And
Jimmy?
the law of the
Greta. It's Greta.
Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month.
I cracked up when he said we beat Medicare.
The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done.
Mr. Bong sitting in my lap.
Get anything passed. But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water.
Why haven't we done that yet?
High-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more.
I thought China was going to collapse at any moment.
We're growing our...
They seem to have come through it.
We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally...
They really did have all this real estate that they had invested in. It was sitting empty.
And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs...
Brother, he's literally talking about shit he did.
Will be over 100.
Walter, man, are you dumb?
You don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there.
Was it just government action that prevented a collapse?
Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong.
Oh yeah, kitty. Yell at
Every
him.
new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving The Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it.
You got it, Jack. Double chocolate.
I agree. I'm proud.
Come on, man.
Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind.
That was a low bore.
Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure that...
Yeah, China just didn't have a bill they signed.
Creating hundreds of thousands...
So you can say you signed the biggest bill, most significant bill.
500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9. All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods.
He's only had one malfunction I've counted. Only one.
How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900.
$900.
$15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service engines, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment.
Somebody funneled some Russian money to me.
By lifting the burden.
What do I do? What do I have to do to get that Russian money? Well, I mean, the Pell Grant is what, $1,200 or something?
Community and grow our economy. It's not costing us.
That was what it was when I was in college. It's like 10 years ago.
We fundamentally
I don't know if it's gone up.
transformed how our economy grows. From the middle out.
So it's not nothing.
Up, instead of the top down.
But it's also still,
You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family. 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood.
Well, it's a semester. You get it every semester. And it's one of the many funding sources that you could possibly qualify for.
A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing.
You say top tier, you mean like really nice schools. Your usual state universities. Like I went to, like, mine was $6,000 a year.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world.
I lived on campus. If I didn't live on campus, it probably would have been like
It doesn't
3,000.
think we're the leading nation in the world. Without
the $900, like on top of whatever, like the Pell Grant already was.
Who could lead the world other than the United
And then your federal loans and all your other shit that you get.
Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest.
No, it was $6,000 a semester. I'm sorry.
We made the
$6,000 a semester, so $12,000 a year.
Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history.
That's what it was.
Dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down. When we
That was 10 years ago, though.
Instead of a convicted felon.
It was your normal state public college. I get that, Joey. I get that.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause from a bullet.
What the fuck happened?
And cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a
Yeah, I think it was C-SPAN and not a monitor or something.
So many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States.
Oh, I thought Biden was going to name names.
Negotiated with the Senate Republican. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed,
I thought he was going to be like, Trump killed Jeffrey Epstein.
He called.
Like, holy shit, they dropping the bomb over here.
Support the bipartisan bill.
Yeah, Flash.
It would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me.
Why haven't I tried to get a job with C-SPAN?
Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took,
I was wrong on my 20 minutes.
50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will
Well, I'd say C-SPAN probably does good for the budget they're operating under.
poison the blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including...
Well, hell, Mox, it's almost past my bedtime. I'm gonna bend Justin now.
And here's what else I believe in.
Good night at midnight and wake up at like 8.
Your freedom to vote. Your freedom to...
And then go back to sleep and wake up again at like 11.
And your freedom to choose.
Freedom of choice.
It's decision over...
What you got?
Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral
third malfunction
political power. No kidding.
What?
MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history.
He did. He did have one.
I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yes, all these are. He's an old man. He has a stutter. And he's been prone to gaffes since, long before he started losing his faculties.
To have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
But he's always wanted to be president since he's a little boy.
And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
So I'm glad he got to do it, I guess.
She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was the consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month.
See, that burn pit shit is wild.
And those children,
my buddy told me all of them.
A parent are eligible for tuition.
All of them were exposed to that
and
shit.
to get job training.
Like, you pretty much couldn't serve in Iraq or Afghanistan without being exposed to it.
Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now.
That's what I was just picturing in my head, like the pit next to a base.
I mean that from the bottom.
And it's just like barreling over the base.
Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to
all with the
way Trump bows down to
sand in the wind and shit.
I never,
yeah, Joey, this is,
and I promise you,
this is Dark Biden.
Never do it.
Dark Brandon. Yeah, there we go.
When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world.
The tricky blade.
Well, they gave the hours.
I know about the hidden blade.
Some total.
Little Osprey's finishing maneuver.
To strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO.
He had his sunglasses on earlier.
10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since
earlier in the day when he was on his way,
Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
Now let him get his one last hurrah in. He's gone about 35 minutes thus far. I was expecting about 20.
The conventional
get it, Joe?
That China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
There are plenty of business type people that care about NATO.
I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge.
Yeah, the average voter may not, but like business people certainly do.
Now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally
say you're shipping
a ceasefire and end this war.
Anywhere around Europe. So you got money tied up in a pipeline.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working.
You keep talking about the average American. Well, that's not what the NATO talk is for.
I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do.
And Mox, that is true. That's an issue that Biden personally cares about. I would venture to guess because of his business ties.
In my lifetime, to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more.
What happened to the Republicans being the free trade party?
About how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
I mean, no one said it was a deciding factor. They're arguing about something nobody brought up.
Country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives.
I think they keep the Senate, but only if they win the presidency.
We need you to beat Donald Trump.
That is a
elect
critique, Mark.
President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim
why are you still
continue
talking
to
about
take
NATO?
on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone.
At $2,000, well, thank you, Joe.
That's going to save America again. Tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable. Building 3 million new homes. Providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer. More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy.
I don't think he wanted to sweep over Europe.
Put us further.
But I think he, longs to reunite the Soviet Union.
You know, we have 1,000 trillion.
I've heard him say that shit.
In America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy.
Far short of my idea of raising the boards.
Kamala and Tim.
It's time for
make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare.
Exactly, Shelley.
Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote.
Corporate capital gains taxes should be 40, 50, 60%.
Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide.
Maybe a good 76%. That sounds like a great number.
You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade.
That's a great idea, Flash.
The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny.
No, Stephen is destiny.
Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character,
You don't seem to know Steven.
Serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character.
Tim gonna cry?
Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
I thought so too, Mr. Sproul. Sproul.
We've not
I like saying, don't go anywhere. Are you following this channel?
Experienced. And she has
like saying your name, Sproul.
Enormous integrity. Her story.
You may be annoyed by that, and I apologize.
Story. And like many of our best presidents.
That's exactly right, Joey. I'm glad I shamed you into following. I'm sorry, I thought that were whatever he said.
President our children could look up to.
Yes, bro.
She'll be a president.
Light one up, tip one back.
World leaders, because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it.
We know, Brandon.
Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
I don't think so.
The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail.
Yeah, we know, Joe. We didn't fall out of the coconut tree.
You think you just fell out of a coconut
and the
tree?
power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Well, yeah, because you'd had to be born in Pennsylvania and be a U.S. citizen.
That's because America is, and always has been, a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort.
Well, to be fair, if you'd voted harder in 2020, or I mean, not 2020,
I promise.
2000,
volunteer Harris and Waltz as Cam
it'd be in a completely different timeline right now. So that shows you how consequential each election is.
Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot.
Flash, UK has a Downing Street.
The best of who we are as a nation. The song is.
I don't know what kind of desk it has.
There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try.
Seriously, Joey, I'd love to know what happened if Al Gore had won in 2000.
Have brought us to this day.
Or what if Carter had beat Reagan in 80?
What will our children say?
Can you imagine what life would be like then?
In my heart, when my days are through, America America, I gave my best to you.
Here's a little poem. Guess Walter left us. Miss you, Walter.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For
Star Wars started before
like
Reagan, didn't it?
I've given my heart.
It was like 78 was the first one?
And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young.
Without Reagan, a lot of things would change.
And too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
I got one more drawing a blank on his name right now. DJ Dub! You got here just in time for the end. Oh no, you could have been lurking. I didn't see you when I did not make it in time. Yeah, you made it in time for C-SPAN calls. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Yeah, the stage did not impress me. I don't like it, and I definitely don't like that it goes all the way around the sides there. Oh shit, yeah, DJ Dub. Come get me, I'll move to Minneapolis with you. I'd give Tim a kiss. Yeah, this is the funkiest Steve Winwood I ever heard. Is it Obama tomorrow, I think? It's Slick Willie on Wednesday. I like that they had like generic versions of pop songs to like introduce people walking on. Several of them sounded like Michael Jackson. Whose kid's that? Children of the Corn looking fucker. This song fucking sucks. I'm so tired of it. you're gonna play something for this long, why didn't you pick something good? Like, this would have been perfectly okay for a 20-second walk-off. If Joey, she came out tonight. She came out to Beyonce. That is totally her entrance music. And I mean, good pick. It works. It's a hype up song. You know, the lyrics fit the message. It fucking rocks. It's a rockin' fucking song.
Please stand if you are able for this.
It's one of my favorite Beyonce songs.
Rabbi Michael Beals and Pastor Cindy Rudolph.
Probably like my 5th favorite Beyonce song. I really like Formation. That's probably my favorite.
Tonight's convention theme, for the people, hint at the inclusive, bridge-building messages and policies
is this guy Jewish?
The party will require to succeed not only in November, but long after that. No prayer better unites Jews, Christians, Muslims.
Was joy used in Nazi messaging? I mean, they co-op like popular movements and shit.
Independents and undecideds. They're the threefold.
He's a Protestant rabbi.
Benediction presented in the Bible. It is divided into 3 in order to shower the following blessings of gratitude.
Mock's always gotta come in here with the cynicism.
Biden.
I mean, I appreciate it. You keep me grounded.
For more than 50 years of selfless, effective public service. Joy, simcha, in public discourse and policy encouraged by Governor Tim Walz. And light, or combined with freedom, Cherut, inspired by Vice President Kamala Harris's vision for America.
Jack-off instructor?
In unity, with a heartfelt Amen after each of these 3 ancient Hebrew
Does J-O-I mean something else to normies? And it was weird that I just said jack-off instructor.
May God bless you and protect you.
I don't like those videos.
Yeah.
Too tame for me. I don't like. I mean, I guess I can see how it could be appealing. Like, for those who don't know, like it's like a genre of porn where like a woman will like act like she's masturbating, you know, like she might rub a titty or like play with herself or something, and then she'll be like talking to you and talking dirty to you the whole time. Yeah, I don't need instructions. I know what I'm doing exactly. Yeah, it's probably an ASMR thing.
And loving God, we thank you for this tremendous gathering of people invested in our nation's progress.
It's not my thing, because like my thing is like 50 guys
what you require of us,
all coming in one person, and
like the justice
gangbangs that are like trans people,
entire career,
women, men,
like the mercy Governor Walz has
everybody fucking everybody.
Long public servant and educator. And
I like a much nastier porn.
Like the humility President Biden.
Jack-off instructor's a little tame. This is why
outstanding service.
This is what happens when you've been streaming for 6.5 hours.
As we strive to work for the people, we pray you will unite our nation. Help us to choose hope over hostility, compassion over callousness, and liberty over tyranny. We recognize
it is entirely your fault, DJ Dub, that I have
times times that are
Dirty, dirty mind.
promising. But through God who gives us beauty for ashes, all things are possible. Lord,
this is Mac.
The work of our hands until the weak and meek become purposeful and powerful, and until the marginalized and disenfranchised become energized and mobilized.
Is she Jewish?
Inspire us to stand with our fellow Americans so this nation will be a light that shines for you. In the name of our loving and redeeming God, we pray. Amen.
It's a very good. It's a very good question thread. Maybe one of the nights they'll have somebody that's Islamic.
Night one of the Democratic National Convention has officially come to an end.
About goddamn time.
Day. Thank you, President Biden, from the bottom of my heart. You have restored the soul of our nation. You have given us all hope. The chair will now entertain a motion to recess our convention until Tuesday, August 20th at 6 p.m. Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody.
Taking you to Flavor Town. I don't blame him. I'd clear the fuck out of there too. I would have left her Joe Biden. I'm not calling. I don't have it in me to call. Maybe tomorrow night. They had problems earlier. Whoa, hold on. Yeah, we were on the C-SPAN YouTube channel. I'll have to go log into my account. cspan.com. Because, of course, I have a C-SPAN account. God damn, they were like quick to cut that feed, weren't they? Any questions yet? Or any phone calls yet?
8922. You can also send us a text. We'll put the number on the screen, and you can also interact on our social media accounts. But the idea here is to hear from you. Tonight, a keynote speech from the president and from Hillary Clinton. President Biden passing the baton to his vice president with a long speech that not only talked about their record, but also about the reasons why he ran for office in the first place. Did it resonate with you? And did you hear other themes tonight that might influence your vote in November? Let us know. We're going to go first to the floor and hear from Greta Bronner, who's going to wrap up the evening with a few guests on the floor.
Susan, we're starting out tonight in the Nebraska delegation. John Ewing is here with us. He's a delegate from Nebraska, a county treasurer, and a candidate for mayor for the city of Omaha.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They always got to do this bullshit.
To be just a few feet away from the stage tonight. Nebraska has some prime seats during this convention.
Yes, absolutely loved it. It's exciting. It's an exciting time for our country. It's an exciting time for our state. And we're glad to be here. We're
all excited.
Representing Nebraska as a delegate to the convention.
What did you hear from the president tonight that resonated with you?
I've never been to Nebraska, and
With me is
I don't really care.
when you talk about
I don't really care that I've never
being
been.
created, when you talk about reducing child
Is that wrong of me?
poverty by 50%.
What's wrong with Nebraska?
The child tax care credit. When you talk about
In Nebraska.
being able to reduce unemployment to the lowest levels in 50 years, those things matter. Those things matter to people in this country. Those things matter to people in Nebraska.
How long is a piece of string, Nathan?
To be part of this historic moment.
Too damn long.
I believe will be a victory in November, on November 5th.
John Ewing, you were literally had a front row seat. You were in the front row for the Nebraska delegation. Why, explain to our viewers, why the 2nd District of Nebraska is so important on the path to 270?
Sure. I think all of the voters in this country are important in this particular race because this is about our future. With the 2nd District, we have an opportunity to be able to receive an electoral vote for the President Kamala Harris and Vice President Tim Walz in this campaign, but it's really an important opportunity for all Americans to look at the future of this country and what we want to do. Instead of going backward, we can go forward, and we can go forward
The corny ass state.
and continue to be the greatest country in the history of the world.
If there is a tie between the two candidates, 269 to 269, it could come down to the 2nd District in Nebraska for somebody to become the victor with 270. What is it like to live in the 2nd District with less than 80 days to go before this election?
I'm excited. In 2008, I was actually honored to be able to be the co-chair of
look what I did.
Obama's Blue Dot effort when we were able to receive the electoral vote, and so I'm excited to be able to be a part of this again and hope that it doesn't come down to that, but if it does, hopefully we can deliver.
John Ewing, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, Greta. On the floor of the United Center in Chicago, just a little more explanation of why that district and why
This is from about 3 months ago.
Nebraska is one of 2 states in the country that apportions
You get your car chased
on the results in the state, where as opposed to a winner take all that the other states do. So that's why
we can't take it. We can't take it full if we need to.
watching very carefully at a
He's pulling some shit.
level as they campaign. Let's go to your calls. Drew is watching us in Harrisburg, Democrat. Welcome, Drew. What's on your mind about what you heard tonight?
Hello, I saw Kamala Harris on there, and I just want to tell you how I'm feeling about her. I just got to make you understand that I really believe she's not going to give us up. She's not going to, let us down. She's not going to run around and desert us. She's going to make you cry. She's never going to buy and go.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
In Indiana, also a Democrat. Go ahead, please. And I'm going to move on once more. Stan, Penfield, New York. You're on the air.
Yes, can you hear me?
Damn media
Sorry
win.
for the little confusion there. Go ahead, Stan.
Yeah,
Please, man.
I think I'm
God damn, he's going backwards on him.
trying to think Republican for a lot of their views, but which is why views on both sides. By the way, both sides, I like the governor of Kentucky and what he said.
He's giving the cops what for?
All Americans, right? What would be nice if we could get Trump and Harris on the stage hugging it out, like Edward Seaga and Michael Manley in Jamaica in the 70s. That would be nice.
Thanks very much, Stan.
Okay, both the call and this chase.
Tonight, and
blowing my mind.
over by such a long time. They sent out information from the Democratic
Kyle the Communist, welcome in, my friend.
from him later in the week. Now let's go to Nathan in Sunman, Indiana, a Democrat. Hey, Nathan.
Welcome, Raiders. Oh, thank you for the follow. So we're doing C-SPAN calls.
As a Democrat, as a longtime Democrat, I particularly
and police chase.
Reverend Jackson. Thought AOC gave a great speech. I love Jamie Raskin. He's great. Jasmine Crockett, and of course Hillary gave a great speech, and got to think back on
Daydream, good evening.
Like if she had actually won in 2016,
Dave's TV.
and then
Welcome in, all. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
and then I loved Ashley's introduction to President Biden and President Biden. I felt like he knocked out of the park tonight too. It makes me proud to be a Democrat, and I'm very optimistic about this election.
Great. Thanks for calling in tonight with your thoughts on the convention.
Totally understand, my friend. Go get you something to eat.
Missouri, Eureka
Refuel.
writes to us, all speakers were spirited, powerful, and well-versed, but Warnock, incredible. Anthony is next. Oakland Gardens, New York, a Republican.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
We're doing fine here, Anthony. Thanks for watching C-SPAN for the convention. What did you think of what you heard?
Well, first, I'd like to say, first of all, your coverage is fantastic. I've watched all the Republicans. I will watch all the...
He rammed the police!
What I heard tonight was a lot of hate, and it's kind of soured me, where I thought I'd get to hear things maybe about, unity and the economy and, things of that nature, and it was really just a lot of hate. I was really, really shocked about this.
Thanks for your call, Anthony, with your reaction. Let's go back to the floor and Greta Bronner.
Fuck Greta Bronner.
We're in the Michigan delegation area on the floor. We're caught up with Alabas Farhad. He is a Michigan.
This has been an amazing chase.
In the convention this week. He was also part of the movement during the Democratic primary to get folks in Michigan to vote uncommitted. If
you're new here,
movement.
I'm JustinFREAKIN.
That was dropped.
We cover the most absurd news, politics, and current events. He's ramming the cops. Don't forget to hit that follow button. We just covered the Democratic National Convention. We watched the whole goddamn thing because I'm a masochist like that. And he's yelling at them the whole time, too. This is amazing. It was so we did the Libertarian Convention, the Republican Convention. He's chasing the cops. The fuck are we watching? Oh yeah. This is like aftercare. The chat loves police chases, and then I give you an animal video. So I take care of you. Chasing the cops himself.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
We'll go back to C-SPAN calls when they take another caller, because those are always crazy. This is insane.
To even proceed at this point. If they wanted to, they could probably stop her. It would probably escalate very quickly after that, and not in a very, safe way for her. I mean, she's literally, it's almost like you've heard the phrase suicide by cop. That's almost what we're witnessing here, an assault, though, with a vehicle. Right. She's trying to egg them on. So for them to show the restraint that they're showing so far, I think is remarkable.
Yeah, to be commended for sure. What's
amazing
here, Mike? Do you have an idea?
Is it Colby, just south of Wilshire Boulevard?
Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever seen somebody trying to intentionally ram 2 or 3 other police cars?
No.
I don't know.
That's
In a few
why.
years, I've never.
I love it.
And here she goes again. She goes again. So they're leaving plenty of space here in between the black and whites in case she does something crazy like she's been doing for the last 5 minutes. And boy, I tell you, they not only are they defensively driving, but they have to watch out for what she's going to do. And she's shown that she really doesn't care about.
Now the Conjurer went to bed already. They would have loved this.
You just said it. The fact that it's one thing for the police to show restraint for themselves, but there's going to come a point, as Megan pointed out, it's early. As people start coming out, they start realizing as they're getting ready to go to work early in the morning. The police are going to have to do something more drastic to put this to an end, because it's obvious that she's a danger to the community, and you got to protect the citizens. And
she's a danger to herself,
including herself.
Well, LAPD's talking about a spike strip.
You go back after him.
To get that set up, or if she decides to stay on the same street. We hopefully that's going to happen.
Oh, they're going to be. Oh shit! He hit his buddy.
Avoid her.
I love this.
That's crazy. So anyway, here she is pulling off now southbound on Colby here from Wilshire, about a couple blocks south. It's a residential area, as you can tell, lots of apartment buildings. Lights are out now, and she's continuing the back and forth moves. Who knows what her problem is, but hopefully it's going to end here soon. And
she's in a police chase. That's what her problem is.
Approach that car while she's
Vista, Colorado.
Well, we've got you, so go on ahead with your comment. Nice to have your call.
I'm 73 years old, and I was born in the Bay Area of California, but I started crying at Jesse Jackson because he was my hero back in the 80s.
Oh, Jesse Jackson.
He really brought the Rainbow Coalition together, and we need to get rid of the Electoral College, and all these politicians in the past just need to retire and let Kamala Harris take the ball, and then all these old-timers...
Well, to be honest with you, I'd like somebody younger than Harris.
...generation really take over. And I think that is what we really need to heal the government. And if you subtract all the monies used in corporate America for bombs and the defense industry and Wall Street, we're going to be in real big trouble when this AI starts to happen, and we're just going to have a snowfall of more fraud unless we clean up our internet.
Thanks, Ted from Colorado.
Quesadilla, did I tell you good evening?
Marilyn in Texas, who writes to us, tonight felt like a huge release from a bad relationship. Secretary Clinton again showed integrity and poised style with stating that dreams are possible, yet...
Oh, fuck off with the Hillary worship shit.
...provided encouragement.
Professor Q, good to see you tonight.
...relationship. I believe we might get healthier after a troubled time. Next to a caller, Sophie in Loudonsboro, in Indiana, an independent. What state is your town in, Sophie?
Connecticut.
Thanks for calling. Your reaction to tonight?
My reaction is totally different than the ones that I just heard a moment ago. I am independent. I'm also a nationalized U.S. citizen who lived under socialistic regimes.
Oh, my God.
Scared to death. Today I watched installment of socialistic ideas, and I'm appalled by the fact that Americans don't understand what this is leading to. The promises that were talked about it, I'm speechless and getting so upset. That they promising to people are not realistic.
What is she talking about?
The main part is missing, how it's going to be paid for. None of the business
taxes
will continue business. They will just close business.
They got her cornered.
Employee, some kind of bureaucrat who never work day in any private business, just went to school and directly to service, government service. When I hear that, it makes me bummed. I can't believe it, that we believe in this baloney. Did not work any country. Did it work in Argentina? Did not work, correct? Did it work in Russia? Did it work in Venezuela? It does not. Does it work in Cuba? It does not work. And the people who were installing this system still, or their family members.
So she's giving them what for?
At the power, or in power of those countries, because they will never let go.
Sophie, let me jump in. Just, I think you made your point here, but
yelling at them the entire time.
Where did you originate from before the States?
I rather not say it.
Okay.
It's just that really is very upsetting that we are going to this system. I just can't. And so one caller, I guess it was Republican. I'm not.
Oh, not a guy. I was just saying.
Any party. But
You would have loved this chase. I thought you went to bed.
it was they dishonest.
It has been amazing. It is a woman, and she is like giving the cops what for.
Because he's not staying on the message. He's just basically playing some awards game and some entertainment. He thinks is entertaining, his jokes that he's throwing in between, and that is out of message. But he's not lying, and they keep saying he's lying.
All right, Sumphi.
Trump's not lying.
Thank you so much. I'm going to interrupt you, and sorry to do that just because our time is so short tonight. Sophie is calling us with
to taunt the cops, I think.
Someone who grew up in an authoritarian country. Next is Diana in Bonita Springs, Florida, a Republican. Hi, Diana. Welcome to C-SPAN.
Hi, how are you doing tonight? I watched all this.
Gizzard Lips.
I was born.
Love your name. Glad to have you as a freaking follower.
For years now. I'm going to tell you.
Surrogate.
I grew up seeing that border 60 miles, 200 miles away, lived in Texas, and God loves all people. But this is a socialistic government that's coming up, and I'm voting for Trump. And I am going to campaign like a son of a gun for Trump. Our economy stinks. It has. It's a giveaway deal from Biden and this laughing hyena.
What?
I hope I've made my voice clear.
You did, old lady.
Thanks, Diana, for your call from Bonita Springs. Back to the floor with Greta Bronner.
We're here with Naomi.
So we've got C-SPAN calls over here. We got C-SPAN up on this screen. We're gonna go back to the chase. So we go back to calls.
Yeah, once again, you could just tell driving quite erratically.
She hit 90 there.
Yeah, very, and you can see that the van is kind of swaying a little bit the faster she goes. Obviously, not the type of vehicle you want to be in at that speed.
Vans are rocking, don't come a knocking.
And if you're just joining us, you're watching the KTLA 5 Morning News. The person in this van, we believe it's a woman. We haven't gotten confirmation of that. That's our understanding, at least initially, is wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. The deadly weapon being the van when she tried to run over a police officer in Santa Monica.
Guys,
based.
West side of the 405. And you know what, guys? At least on the freeway, it's a little bit more controlled. It looks like, at least from our vantage point. So
she has rammed the cops multiple times, backed into them. She was chasing the cops for a little bit. This has been an amazing chase.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, we got a pit maneuver going on.
See that very much. They just need one good hit and take this person out.
She's staying next to that truck.
Take her into custody. All right, we thought she was going to be straight and level on the freeway, and here she is going crazy like she was on the side streets. 5 got you on the west side. So here.
Yeah, one cop hit another cop. It was fantastic.
Wanting to take the 405 right around Sunset. They're going to break the traffic northbound. In fact, they already have, and just take this car out as quickly as possible. They're going to box her in, and it's going to be all over with, hopefully, soon.
That is what
guys
we're
that
got you there.
for.
We're at 19.
No, we're rooting you on.
You haven't actually, I know you're going northbound. You actually haven't come to Sunset just yet?
We're just...
Don't forget to hit that follow button.
Gotcha.
Every night, or Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We find out what that news be doing.
We don't want to say whether it's a female or a male.
I give you a rundown of the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet.
In pursuit at this moment. 10 to be, okay.
What's
to
that?
be specific. 10 units in pursuit at this moment. Okay. Now the suspect pulling over. Let's try this again.
Ooh.
There you go.
Still trying to ram her into a truck, and she got away. Amazing.
Going the wrong way on this northbound side. We also hear that an officer has been injured in this.
Great.
Two, Mike. Two. We're getting word.
2, okay.
Spun around again.
That 2 officers have been taken to the hospital, condition unknown, because of the assault by this person.
Whether she struck them, they were on foot. We don't know whether this started as a traffic stop or not. It could have been that, which would explain if they were on foot.
We do car chases and animal videos.
What they're going to do here is just wait to see.
For aftercare.
Just move in on her. That's Just move in on her and stop this car. That's what they need to do.
Now she's going the wrong way.
Move in on her.
Going the wrong way.
Yeah.
When you're famous, they let you do it.
Northbound side.
Oh no. Oh no.
Now she's going to crash into a couple of northbound people. Think about this: if you're driving on the 405 northbound, you see this car coming towards you with all the black and whites. Kind of crazy.
It absolutely is. And once again, this
may be my favorite chase we've watched thus far. But we've had some good ones.
Right a beam getting TV.
And the last one I loved was a woman too.
Inside. Yeah, just a little bit north of Getty, headed south in the northbound lanes. Almost took out that other van.
Women, you guys are awesome.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that at this.
Well, I was going to.
Anything a man can do, a woman can do better, including car chases.
You can never tell. So they've got 2 helicopters on this now. One for fuel relief, and so they got it well covered. They got plenty of gas. They can follow her to wherever she goes. So,
oh, she's gonna ram into somebody.
Head on. Yeah. I think they're going to continue just to try to box her in as soon as they can, and
I hate that she hit an innocent
to do that. But all right, so they're not going to. They're going to. So she is at a high rate of speed southbound, approaching.
Get back to ramming the car or the cops.
Well, it's not going to be the Sunset on ramp. She is past the Sunset, going under the bridge, and continuing south.
She appeared to be a white woman.
It's just so nerve-wracking to watch.
So I'm gonna guess she gets taken in alive.
They're going to work. They're going somewhere.
They don't know what's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
the wrong side of the street.
Come in the early morning, and this is the worst fear of everyone who comes in and drives at this time of the morning, is someone driving the wrong way. It happens far too often, and in this case, it's a fugitive, and who clearly has.
It happens far too often in L.A.
And police. Hey, Mike, is it accurate to say that they pulled back and they're not following her now, or can we tell?
Well, there's a couple of black and whites behind her, but they've set up a complete traffic block on the northbound side, just right about Wilshire Boulevard. So if she steps on it and tries to crash into that group, it's not going to go very far. Hopefully that's not going to happen. But they do have a couple of black and whites behind her. They've got a complete traffic break south of her, but there are no on-ramps.
Oh, what's she going to do?
Oh, no.
What?
Oh.
This is nuts.
Oh, gosh. This is just so heartbreaking to watch in every way.
Hold on, we're going to go back to C-SPAN for calls.
Yes, certainly can.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
We're coming back to that.
Republican, and I would say my views are probably more liberal compared to the party as a whole. And I would say I was pretty impressed with night one. I thought Biden had lots of energy. I thought AOC gave a great speech. But I think a really something that's
Elon, good evening.
Sean Fain's speech, and I think to start it was because of that shirt he wore, calling Trump a scab, and I mean a still image of that is just gonna go crazy on Twitter, all that stuff. And it kind of, and he's not entirely wrong. He kind of, Sean Fain, he's a champion of the members of his union. He talks about how Trump, calls himself a populist. He's for the working man. But I got to be honest with you, and I'm.
The DNC just wrapped up. You missed it by like what, 20 minutes, guys?
When in his last tax plan, I think it was 83% of the benefits went to the wealthy.
It just ended.
James Carville, one of Bill Clinton's old advisors from the 90s, his famous saying is, it's about the economy, stupid. And, with the Republicans going in these weird directions about, Tim Walz being tampon Tim, it's not going to convince anybody. Again, I want my side to win, but, when they keep talking about these, ridiculous things, nobody cares about this. And, just looking at the audience of the DNC, there was a lot of enthusiasm, and that's good for Democrats. Just wait till in the next few nights when, Kate Cox, that woman from Texas who had that issue getting an abortion, speaks out. I mean, this stuff is going to really, tug on the heartstrings of people. And,
Okay,
Yeah,
John, let me jump in. Thanks so much. Lots of good comments there from your perspective as a Republican and watching tonight, and we'll see if your predictions play out for the rest of the week. Tomorrow night's session begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The theme is A Bold Vision for America's Future. C-SPAN will be here gavel to gavel, as we always are.
Yep, sounds stupid.
1984, covering every minute of every Democratic and
Are you going to take one more call?
Next is Edward in Keyport, New Jersey, on our line for others. Hi, Edward. Go ahead, please.
Hello, yes. Well, to the women from the communist country, I would say an unreal capitalist lie is the idea that oil is our future because it's threatening all life on the earth. But let's get beyond that. Kamala having the energy to come out to pump up the crowd for 5 minutes and, walk back and sit down, that was nice to see. The crowd was diverse and had a lot of enthusiasm. Talk about the future industry, climate change. That was great. But
I think I'd rather be shark food.
That stood out to me versus watching the RNC events was the idea that there was just no dark imagery. There's no idea that, telling me that the fascists are going to come and steal my babies and all types of blood and gore and horror was going to happen. So, it's nice to hear people get up and speak and actually have something come out of their mouth that's not 1930s rhetoric. So I enjoyed it. Thank you for giving us the coverage, and have a good night.
Thank you for watching on C-SPAN. We appreciate it. Tomorrow's speakers include former President Barack Obama, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, who was instrumental in this convention to Chicago, and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. Next is a call from Ollie in Las Vegas, a Democrat. Ollie, welcome.
What's up, Ollie?
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for having me. Y'all absolutely nailed it wire to wire on the coverage, and I just want to say great job. Being originally from the Bay Area and traveling all over this country, this is the most energetic and optimistic that I've seen the opening night of a convention, top to bottom, Senate, House, even the president nominee coming out. High energy, high level of enthusiasm. Hopefully they can carry the momentum, and hopefully we can see over the next 4 nights to moderate and unidentified voters, hey, there's a future here. This may be of benefit.
Thanks, Ollie.
Thanks, Ollie.
Appreciate your call. Harry is up next from Louisiana. Harry's a Republican. What are your comments, sir?
My comments tonight is thank you. I appreciate everything that C-SPAN has done for us, and tonight was just excellent. And being a Republican and all of this, when she came out on stage, unexpected. When Hillary came on stage,
yeah.
And then when the president comes on stage, it was just great. I appreciate y'all. Keep it up. Looking forward to the rest of the week. And America, let's get out there and vote. Let's vote.
Fuck yeah.
Let's vote for the right ones. And thank you, Sally. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Next is Alyssa and Amaka.
We're still going. I think they're going to wrap up.
Welcome, Alyssa. You're on.
Hi, I just want to say I'm very excited. I was waiting to see Joe Biden speak. We have such a great Democratic base, so many great Democratic leaders, AOC, Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett. They all were so fantastic. I was elated. I just felt so great about everything happening, and we have a party of hope instead of a party of negativity, and the unions are behind us, and we should take it in 2024.
Alyssa, thanks for your call, and Alyssa will be our final caller of night one of
there it
the
is.
convention. Thanks.
I felt like a wrap-up was coming up.
Tomorrow morning, the conversation will continue on C-SPAN's Washington Journal program, originating from here.
That means we can get back to the real main event here, that fucking car chase. That's what we all want. Nix, welcome back. Back to this. It froze. The browser froze on me. I can't believe it. Yeah, I wanted to go back to this browser and then it froze on me. Well, you may not get your... I got you covered. Give me a second. I can get the browser. Holy fuck. Opened a million tabs on me. I'm a professional. I'm a professional broadcaster that's been doing this for 2.5 decades. Get back to this.
It's just so nerve-wracking to watch.
It is nerve-wracking.
It's just
innocent people.
Absolutely.
They're going to work. They're going somewhere.
They don't know what's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this, by the way, we come in the early morning, and this is the worst fear of everyone who comes in and drives at this time of the morning, is someone driving the wrong way. It happens far.
She's a female. She's been driving insanely erratically.
Who clearly has no regard for public safety. Ugh. And police... Hey, Mike, is it accurate to say that they pulled back and they're
driving the wrong way?
Can we tell?
On a freeway in LA.
There's a couple of black and whites behind her, but they've set up a complete traffic block on the northbound side just right about Wilshire Boulevard. So if she steps on it and tries to crash into that group, it's not going to go very far. Hopefully that's not going to happen. But they do have a couple of black and whites behind her. They've got a complete traffic break south of her, but there are no on-ramps between here and there.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
God!
This is nuts.
Why?
This is just so heartbreaking to watch in every way.
Unfortunately, she said...
Wait, is she running on foot?
Okay, we've lost the signal.
No! Bring it back to us.
She's still in the car. She's still in the van.
No, she did not run. Nope, she's getting out, though.
In the tank top. We're going to get closer to her.
And we don't know if
Right,
it's is it female or is it male?
Roof of the...
Is it a female or is it a male? It may be a male suspect. We can't tell at this point. Yeah.
I feel for the victim right there.
Absolutely. So many victims there. Oh.
Oh my God! What a horrible time.
Or we'll see what happens. I don't think she's got anything, or the suspect has anything in their hands. Hands are up. They're going to take that person into custody here. Whether they're going to use a taser or not, hard to say. But, yeah, at least the pursuit's over with.
They're laying on top of the truck.
Not even going to be a standoff. They're going to pull, okay, good. They're pulling this person off in custody.
Oh, finally, yes.
Handcuffs are going on. They're going to jail. How many cars involved? Boy, I
can't even lost count.
I'm so concerned for that person.
Yeah, and then this...
In the smaller
you know
vehicle.
what, Chris? They got out of the car on the... Exactly, but they got, well, both of them.
They did get out.
They did get out.
They did get out, yeah. Oh. So we think that's going to be okay. But we still have injured officers and some other
we hope
that we're driving. All right, cuffs are on, suspects in custody. It's over with. The 405 is going to be a mess because you know what's going to happen. They've got to pull out all the traffic investigators and take measurements and all that stuff. So 405 northbound, avoid it, everybody. Just don't even try it. 405 northbound right at Sunset, a little bit south of Sunset, is going to be a mess.
All right. Mike Case, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now. We'll be right back after this.
And who clearly has no regard.
I got to see the crash again.
Ugh. And police... Hey, Mike, is it accurate to say that they pulled back and they're not following her now, or can we tell?
Well, there's a couple of black and whites behind her, but they've set up a complete traffic block on the northbound side just right about Wilshire Boulevard. So if she steps on it and tries to crash into that group, it's not going to go very far.
They got a report that it was a female.
They do have a couple of.
We're not exactly sure. They could be. They could be a they. They could be non-binary.
Here and there.
Oh no! Oh no!
They rammed into.
Oh gosh.
Innocent
This
bystanders.
is just so heartbreaking to watch in every way.
She said.
Oh. Okay, we've lost the signal.
The car. Okay.
Okay.
So she's still in the car. She's still in the van. The civilian got out, or there she is. In the.
She emerged almost immediately.
We're going to get closer to her.
And we don't know if
I was hoping she was gonna go running.
Or is it male?
They were gonna go running.
Is it a female or is it a male? It may be a male suspect. We can't tell at this point. Yeah.
I feel for the victim right there.
Absolutely. So many victims there. Oh.
What a fucking chase. Mad props to her.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Where they're going to either hit her
for them,
or we'll see what happens.
They just gave up.
Suspect has anything
after all that.
But
they did get the cops to hurt each other.
Going to use a taser or not? Hard to say. But yeah, at least the pursuit's over with.
At least the pursuit is over with.
This is.
Sanity. My cats are going nuts. Apparently they want food. What is this? An aardvark? I don't even remember. I didn't look. This is an old video. I've used this one before. But it's so cute. Everybody liked it, so I'm gonna play it again. There's people in here that probably haven't seen it. Always end with an animal video, because we watch murder, stabbing, shootings, all kinds of cop videos. The loops, brother. Yeah, my cats are going nuts. Smokey, Jesus, dude. I've been on stream for 7 hours and 14 minutes, so they're probably hungry. I'm probably hungry. If you haven't followed yet, hit the follow button. We're going to be here for the DNC Night 2. If you're on YouTube, you're going to get sent over to the event on YouTube. Watching on Twitch. Media Winch, is producer Dave on? Let's go say hi to Kai. Watching on Twitch, we're going to go over to Proudly Radical. Good friend Kai will take real good care of you. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, on the Troll Patrol live for the